All please rise. The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, the Senior Associate Justice, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Supreme Court of the Philippines shall give their attention, for the court is now in session.
Please be seated.
Madam Clerk of Court, please call the cases before us.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is a continuation of the oral arguments on the consolidated petitions in GR number 271059, Representative Edsel Lagman, as substituted by Albay 1st District Representative Crisel Lagman et al. Versus the Congress of the Philippines et al. GR number 271347, Aquilino Coco Pimentel III and Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez versus Lucas P. Bersamin in his capacity as the Executive Secretary et al. GR number E-02472, Filipinos for Peace, Justice and Progress Movement Incorporated, or FPJPM, as represented by its President and Chairperson, Mr. Joseph F. Kadzawan, and Chapter Officer, Ms. Gloria T. Puzon, versus House of Representatives et al. And GR number E-04036, Edgar R. Erice and Laila de Lima versus the Senate of the Philippines et al. Thank you, Your Honors.
Appearances, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chief Justice, Senior Associate Justice, members of the Supreme Court, Attorney Lorenzo Erin Tanyada, Free Legal Assistance Group for Petitioner Lagman.
Good morning, Your Honors. I am Attorney Elmar C. Barreda of the Lagman Law Offices, and I am respectfully entering my appearance as counsel for the petitioners in GR number 271059, Your Honors, please. Thank you, Your Honors.
Good morning, Your Honors. Jericho Salenga, appearing as counsel for Aquilino Coco Pimentel III and Pantaleon Bebot Alvarez. Good morning, Your Honor.
Your Honors. I'm Joseph Lemel Bakiran, respectful appearing as counsel for petitioners FPJPM, Your Honors.
Good morning, Your Honors. Attorney Renilyn Arellano, respectfully appearing counsel for petitioner FPJPM. Thank you, Your Honors.
The Honorable Senior Associate and Associate Justices of the Supreme. Good morning. I'm Petro Angie together with Attorney Biano, Beatriz Anabal, we appear on behalf of petitioners Edgar Erin Laila de Lima in number each 0406. Representative Edgar Erice is present in court, Your Honors.
Good morning to the Chief Justice Moon, Honorable Senior Associate Justice Lin, to the Honorable Members of the Supreme. I'm Attorney Bianca Isabel D. Soriano, also for petitioners Erice and De Lima. Thank you, Your Honor.
For the respondents, please.
Good morning, Your Honors. Good morning to the distinguished. The Office of the General re-enters its appearance on behalf of the respondents in this related petitions. Solicitor General Darlene Marabe. With me today, honors are Assistant Solicitor General Marisa de la Cruz Galandi, ASG George Ortha II, Jennifer Galan Legas, ASG Samakamitan, and ASG Mark Perez. Other lawyers OSG are in the gallery to assistance when necessary. Also with us, pursuant to this honor's directive, Undersecretary Kapo, the DEP representative, the investment coordination for the ICC, and DBM Assistant Secretary Romeo Balangkit, the DBM's representative to the DBCC, or the Development Budget Coordination Committee, other representatives from the DBM, DepDev, as well as from the Bureau of the Treasury are also in the gallery. Thank you.
Okay, for the record, appearing as Amici Curie are Professor Sulita Collias Monsod, Professor Emeritus, University of the Philippines School of Economics, Attorney Florencio Biabad, Professor of Praxis, Ateneo School of Government, Honorable Franklin M. Drilon, former President of the Senate of the Philippines, Honorable Benjamin E. Diokno, Member Monetary Board, Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, and Honorable Jose Maria Clemente Joey S. Salceda, former Representative and Chair, Institute for Risk and Strategic Studies, Incorporated. Associate Justice Ami Lazaro Javier will resume her interpellation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, everyone. May I call on Attorneys Lorenzo Tanyada and Elmar Coral de Barreda. Thank you. In your petition, you stated that the scheme of transferring items from programmed appropriations to unprogrammed appropriations is done in order to accommodate replacement pet projects, which are assured of funding. Can you please specify these items?
Your Honor, I'm afraid I will not be able to specify these items because what was included in the petition are the unprogrammed side, which we enumerated.
Yes, correct. Yes. But it is your position.
Yes.
In the petition filed by the late Congressperson Lagman, that there was a scheme of transferring items from programmed to unprogrammed appropriations in order to accommodate pet projects. So you should have identified, you should be able to identify these items because you made that conclusion. All right, if you cannot identify them now, please submit to the court these items. it's very important that we substantiate our conclusions.
We submit, Your Honor.
All right. Now, where did you draw the conclusion that the transfer was done to accommodate replacement pet projects which are assured of funding? Where did you get that conclusion?
May I answer, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, as stated in the petition of the late Congressman Ed Salagman, Your Honor, during the deliberation, Your Honor, of one pending bill, Your Honor, in the Congress, Your Honor, during the interpellation conducted by the late Congressman Ed Salagman and former also representative of the 2nd District or I think 3rd District of Albay, the Amici Curie, Your Honor, Congressman Joey Salcedo, Your Honor. It was stated, Your Honor, that these pet projects, Your Honor, as being drawn, Your Honor, is that program appropriations, let's say, for example, Your Honor, a program appropriation of a barangay hall, Your Honor, as stated in our
May I
petition.
interrupt you, Attorney Barreda? You are talking about the deliberations.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And these deliberations are matters of record. My question was for you to draw the conclusion. Where did you draw? Did you draw it from that deliberation? From that, from those minutes of the deliberation?
Your Honor, it is our petition, Your Honor, that we draw our conclusion, Your Honor, in the practice of the Congress, Your Honor.
Yes, but you are saying there is that practice, but you know, that is a conclusion of fact. What evidence supports that conclusion? For example, what are these specific pet projects?
Your Honor, we undertake, Your Honor, to submit the necessary documents, Your Honor, in order for us to suffice the allegations contained in the petition of the late Congressman Ed Salagman,
Yes,
Your Honor.
that will be fair.
Yes, Your Honor.
We don't just draw conclusions. We have to substantiate our conclusions. All right. You also stated that there is effect because funding under unprogrammed appropriations is assured. What made you conclude that the funding for these so-called specific pet projects, when moved to unprogrammed appropriations, are assured of funding?
Your Honor, if we go back to the Pimentel case, this is the reason why they were trying to get the funds from PhilHealth in order to fund the unprogrammed appropriations, Your Honor, as you were the ponente.
So you're drawing the conclusion, your conclusion from the ruling of the...
Yes, Your Honor.
What part of the ruling of the court
Well,
states that?
well,
that when moved, items that are originally under programmed appropriations are moved to unprogrammed appropriations for the reason that if it is moved, then funding is assured. What part of our decision states that?
there is nothing in the decision that states that. But since, Your Honor, that this becomes within the ambit of the executive in order to identify which of the unprogrammed appropriations will be funded. So it's as if it is a post-enactment discretion.
It is as if. It is as if. All right. So, you believe the Solicitor General when she repeatedly says that while programmed appropriations are committed by the government, hence are assured of funding, unprogrammed appropriations are not committed by the government, not assured of funding, and in fact, dependent on the happening of one or more of the three triggers that she mentioned. You don't believe that?
I believe that, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes.
So, you just debunked your own argument. All right. So, because I will follow your argument, are you now saying that the element of commitment is present, whether programmed or unprogrammed?
Well, for Madam Justice, with regard to program, there's a commitment of funding.
Correct.
With regard to unprogrammed, there is none until those triggers happen.
Yes.
Now, in the 2024 budget, the reason that the PhilHealth funds and the other GOCC funds were supposedly taken, not supposedly, but taken by the government based on the GAA, was to now fund programs in the unprogrammed appropriations.
Correct. But your statement is this. The items under the program appropriation are moved to unprogrammed precisely because the unprogrammed appropriations are assured of funding, which is contradictory to the repeated statement of the Solicitor General. And now, to your statement.
Your Honor, if there was no attempt to acquire the funds of
Yes,
PhilHealth,
but I don't want attempt, just attempt. I just want the real thing here. All right. So, is it fair to say, based on your position, that for unprogrammed items, the commitment for funding is in reality much stronger than for program funds?
yes, sure.
Why do you say that?
Because it's based on there has to be excess funds, new loans to fund
Assured,
program.
but are these not triggered by three
Yes,
events?
those are the
So how can these events be assured of being triggered.
They will not be.
They too, the happening is also contingent. So where is the assured funding there?
Your Honor, I'm just my argument based on what happened in the 2024 budget when there was the move to hire the PhilHealth funds, the PDIC funds, and other GOCs.
All right. Yes, I go to my next question. Is there an invalid exercise of the power of the each time a program item is transferred to unprogrammed application?
There is none, Your Honor, as long as it does not exceed what was stated by the President under the NEP.
So, you're saying that the provision on unprogrammed appropriation is not unconstitutional per se?
Yes.
Yes. So it depends on certain conditions, compliance with certain requisites
Yes, Your Honor.
before it could be called unconstitutional.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So has the transfer of items from program to unprogram been a historical practice of Congress?
Yes, it has been, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay, so can you please cite specific GAAs to establish the so-called historic practice of Congress?
There were under the administration of President Aquino where there were unprogrammed appropriations but were not eventually funded. The triggers were not met, Your Honor.
Right, so next time, can you please to the
Yes.
court the historical move of this GAA's program application? So my last question is this. Is a long-standing historical piece a valid ground to sustain constitutionality?
It depends. If there are actions that later on would show unconstitutional acts done by one branch of the legislative branch of government, then historical practice can be stopped by the court or by the court, whether it's still within the bounds of the Constitution.
Okay, very well. Thank you. May I call on Attorney F. Lemuel Kiran and Reneline Llano. Thank you. In addition, submitted automatic appropriations, expenditures which do not require annual legislative action by Congress by virtue of their nature and enabling laws for specific purposes. According to you, one of the automatic appropriations is the SEF, or the Special Account General Fund, correct? Yes. You enumerated enabling laws which provide for SAGF. And we flash this now on the screen, the laws. All right. Attorney Cuevas, please be kind to the record this declaration.
Republic number 11239, Special Road number 946 and RA 1088, Agricultural Competitiveness Fund, RA 8800, Remedies and Competitiveness Enhancement Fund of the Safeguards Act, RA number 654, Bureau of Fishery Aquatic Resources, Fishery Management Fund, RA number 9335, Reward and Incentives Fund of the Attrition Act of 2005.
Yes, thank you very much. Counsel, is it your position that the fund assigned these accounts are by their respective enabling laws.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So much so that these funds cannot be increased or decreased by Congress in the GAA.
That is correct, Your
Correct.
Honor.
Did Congress violate this under the 2024 and 25 GAAs?
As far as we are concerned, Your Honor, we only have the data for the 2025 Your
Yes,
Honor.
so did Congress violate this?
Yes, Your Honor.
How?
By increasing the special points of these SAG-F special accounts in the general, Your Honor.
So saying that Congress is the amount for SAGF and it acted ultra vires, even without looking into the particular enabling laws.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes. Do the enabling laws contain a clause for augmentation by Congress outside the sources from which these funds are coming from?
As far as the motor vehicles users fund is concerned, Your Honor, there is a clause that specifically Attorney Bakiran will answer for that, Your Honor.
Well, as far as the special road fund, Your Honor, the law is silent as to the right to augment, Your Honor. However, this previous provision, the Section 8, which was amended by Republic Act 11239, there is the law says that aside from the motor vehicles users charge, it can be augmented from other sources. However, with the enactment of Republic Act 11239, the law is silent as to augmentation, Your Honor.
So, which means that
It cannot be augmented from other sources.
otherwise, it should have been
It-
maintained.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So, because you cited it in your enumeration, the Safeguard Measures Act, under RA 8800. This act authorizes the DA, the DTI, and the Tariff Commission to collect such fees, charges, and safeguard duties that are deemed necessary. 50% of the revenue collected from such fees, charges, and safeguard duties shall be set aside in a remedies fund, which shall be earmarked for the use of these agencies in the implementation of remedies. The remaining 50% shall be deposited under a special account to be created in the National Treasury and shall be earmarked for competitiveness enhancement measures for the industries affected by the increased imports. Now, noticeably, in the 2025 GAA, the BICAM increased the remedies fund from 10 million to 38.569 million. the Competitiveness Enhancement Measures Fund from 250 million to 1.250 billion. Okay. Can an agency's SAGF be increased by Congress through sources that are not indicated in the enabling law?
Respectfully submit, Your Honor, that the Congress may not increase the fund appropriated by the respective, by the executive.
Yes. In the 2025 GAA, applying this provision of RA 8800, which specifies the percentage of the fund to be assigned to the revenue, to remedies fund, and to special account to be created in the National Treasury for competitiveness enhancement. Did the 2025 GAA violate this assigned percentage?
Yes, Your Honor, because the amount that should be indicated in the NEP, Your Honor, was the result of the fiscal programming made by the executive department, Your Honor.
Did the Congress here in fact source funds that are not that are outside the funds collected by way of charges and fees?
MVUC. Yes, Your Honor. With respect to MVUC, Your Honor, we have the number.
Specifically, Your Honor, for the motor vehicle users charge, we humbly submit that it was sourced from other sources other than what's stated by the enabling law. If we go to the special provision, Your Honor, under the GAA, it was stated there that the special road fund shall only constitute around 16 billion plus. However, Your Honor, in the line item, it is billion. If you compare that with the National Expenditure Program provided by the President, Your Honor, the special provision remains at 16 billion, and at the same time, the line item remains at 16 billion. Therefore, Your Honor, it is the humble submission of the petitioners that the excess amount of the 16 billion that was mentioned was sourced from other sources other than the motor vehicle users charge, Your Honor.
All right. On that score, we will ask the good Solicitor General to please furnish us with the outside sources that raised the road users fund.
Your
Yeah.
Honor,
Yes.
to submit
Yes.
subsequently.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor,
Thank
we will
you.
comply. Thank you.
All right. You're both excused.
Thank you, Your
Your
Honor.
Honor.
Now, Attorney Salenga.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning. In your petition, you stated that the President's certification of urgency of House Bill number 8980, which was later enacted into the 2024 GAA, was invalid because when he did so, there was no public calamity or emergency to justify it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? In our PhilHealth decision, though, the court ruled with finality that the only appropriate judge of whether a certification of urgency is proper is the Congress. No one else, not even the court, absent any proof that it is tainted with grave abuse of discretion. It is for Congress that this certification is intended, and so it is Congress alone which stands as the judge of its proper usage. When
Yes, Your
you
Honor.
challenge anew the validity of the President's certification of urgency of House Bill 8980, are you asking the court to reconsider its ruling on
Yes,
the
Your-
issue in the PhilHealth case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
You don't, but you did not file a motion for reconsideration.
Your Honor, we were not party to the PhilHealth case, but to this case, Your Honor, Pimentel versus Bersamin, we are alleging, Your Honor, and arguing, Your Honor.
So you're not bound by the rulings of this court being part of the law of the land and
Yes, Your Honor.
being immutable,
Yes, Your
because
Honor.
it has become final and executory.
Your Honor, there's always room for
For improvement.
improvement or subsequent decisions, Your Honor.
Yes,
Just
correct.
like in,
But it is also your duty, all right, to offer argument to dismantle our ruling in the PhilHealth case, which, by the way, is only 6 months old.
yes, Your Honor. For Your Honor, to be frank, Your Honor, I am not counsel to the original or that just 6 months old decision of Pimentel versus the House of
It's
Representatives.
all
Your
right.
Honor.
You want to challenge it now?
Now, ma'am.
All
Yes,
right.
Your Honor.
So in challenging it,
Yes,
you
Your Honor.
must dismantle the ruling of the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Salenga.
Welcome, Your Honor.
Yes. You
Welcome.
may take your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I respectfully call for Professor Monson. Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, by way of trivia, you know, you were our guest in the OSG twice. Can you recall that? Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, yes.
My memory is not as good as it once was.
When the executive started requiring flag raising ceremony every Monday.
Yes.
Yes,
Now
I was
recall.
assigned to invite guests. And you know, you were our guest twice, not just once. And each invitation of ours, you graciously accepted it. So I'd like to thank you again. I think I haven't thanked you enough. Thanks.
It was my honor.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. And you were so much younger then. So was I.
Yes,
So was I.
we have both reached ripe old
Yes.
ages.
Graciously, I would like to believe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Professor, during the first oral arguments, you mentioned that the unprogrammed appropriations are our policy makers' new form of work,
Yes.
which the court struck down as unconstitutional in Belgica. That unprogrammed appropriation is just a repackaging or under a new label. My first question is, with the pork barrel before Belgica had broad purposes.
I beg your pardon?
Yes. The pork barrel before Belgica had broad purposes.
Yes.
Yes. Is this feature found in the unprogrammed appropriations now?
Well, Your Honor, the unprogrammed appropriations has been used as a pork barrel, a new form of pork barrel, because before the pork barrel was all the congressmen were entitled to certain amounts of money, and the senators were entitled to certain amounts of money. It was all very clear in the PDAF, right? And then the court ruled that the PDAF was unconstitutional, and that the court, I think at that time, also said that its thinking that the congressmen and senators knew more than the executive what the needs of the Filipinos were was erroneous. All right. The court came with its removal of the, but the court's ruling was said that as long as it was itemized, it was no longer pork. I thought that was a very poor definition of what a pork barrel, if you, no offense meant. As long as it was itemized, it could come in. And so that's what the congressmen did. They itemized and they brought it in, right? They itemized, and this is what happened during the Duterte administration. They itemized and itemized, and although Duterte said he was against corruption, etc., his Speaker of the House said that this was not pork because these were all itemized. All right? That's the start of the whole problem. Then what happened after that was the congressmen decided to make, well, Congress and the executive. Congress and the executive decided to make the whole DPWH infrastructure.
Yes, ma'am. I'll go to that, ma'am. Now, I'd like to focus on the broad purposes that characterize the pork barrel, that was struck down by Belgica. So, are these broad purposes also found in the present unprogrammed appropriations?
Because, Your Honor, the unprogrammed appropriations is used as the vehicle, for pork barrel. It is not itself the pork barrel. It is the vehicle for whatever
the means to an end.
It's a convenient. It's a convenient repository because it's there in the budget. It was used by the congressman as a convenient repository. In other words, this was not what it was before, but it became this way.
All right.
That is my interpretation of what it is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, Belgica allowed a post-enactment. Before Belgica, the pork barrel allowed a post-enactment political selection. Is this feature also found in the unprogrammed appropriations? And which part of it?
No, it's not. Because I said the unprogrammed appropriations is merely a repository.
So, ma'am, are you saying that the unprogrammed funds now, which constitute the present pork barrel, does not allow a post-enactment political selection?
I don't think it allows. Ben?
All right, ma'am.
don't know the
Yes,
answer
yes.
to that question.
So the third one is the, the PDAF before Belgica bore a release leverage. So is this also found in the unprogrammed appropriations?
Well, the,
And which part of it?
I don't think the release leverage was part of the law. It just, if
It's not
if it's
part of the law. Yes.
Your Honor, when it goes into the unprogrammed appropriations, the way it becomes pork barrel is because the executive chooses, because everything in the unprogrammed appropriations must be, before it gets out, must be approved by the executive.
So is that the leverage?
That is what I consider
Yes.
leverage.
All right. Very well. So you also mentioned that pork came back with a vengeance.
Oh boy, did it.
And then, which part of the GAAs of 2024 and 2025 are you referring to as pork barrel coming with a vengeance?
Well, the whole DPWH budget became pork barrel because they had this PBMM manner of allocating funds, the allocables and the unallocables, and the allocables were part of the DPWH infrastructure budget, and also the unallocables were even used, and so that's one. The second way it came back with a vengeance is because before the congressmen were only allowed to get pork barrel for their districts, and now in the new pork barrel, congressmen could park their money in other districts, and the other districts' congressmen would get a certain amount of money. I mean, it became a market transaction. That is why I call it a pork barrel with a vengeance. Because, you know, it just became marketplace transactions. Just the original pork barrel was so that the congressmen would be able to put projects in their district. There was no SOP. I don't think that in the United States, when the congressmen have pork barrel, they get SOP. But now apparently the congressmen get SOP, meaning to say it is not only their district that is benefited, it is they that are benefited. And they are benefited benefited more per capita than their district. That's why I call it pork barrel.
Yes, ma'am. And you also mentioned perverted prioritization. Can you please enlighten us?
By perverted prioritization, I mean to say that, for example, the Philippine Development Plan has its priorities, right? The congressmen have the priorities. Their prioritization is completely different or completely out of sync with what the Philippine Development Plan wants. For example, the flood control. You know, so much money was brought to the flood control. That is a perverted prioritization. Flood control was, I mean, the targets for flood control, I don't remember the figures, but the targets for flood control were, for example, 1.2 billion, and actually 1.9 billion. 1.9 billion was spent for flood control. Some, the orders of magnitude. That is a perverted prioritization.
Yes, very well, ma'am. In your opinion, do we need to totally strike down the unprogrammed appropriations?
Well, Your Honor,
for the sake of good governance, for the sake of busting corruption?
in a single word, ma'am, yes. Because, for example, the current budget secretary, who I have wanted to hear in this court, had a very good research paper on unprogrammed appropriations. And as a researcher, he was saying that unprogrammed appropriations, we are the only country in the world that has unprogrammed appropriations in their budget. So absolutely, it is totally unnecessary. If ever there's one single thing that would allow it, and I don't agree with it myself, is if it had to do with foreign assisted projects. But in this day and age where everything is planned so properly, there is no need for unprogrammed appropriations. There are other items in the budget which cover that. So, and other countries use those items.
Yes, ma'am. Is it your position that the total removal of the appropriations, unprogrammed appropriations, will serve as a ghostbuster?
Certainly, but I do not.
A buster of ghost projects.
No. Knowing the initiative of our congressmen and apparently our senators, they will find something else. It is always going to be a game of we'll catch you, we'll stop you, you'll start again. Unfortunately, that's what I think it is. It's not it's not
Catch me if you can.
for them, yes. And it is the Supreme Court that will have to catch them all the time. I'm sorry to say.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
You may now return to your seat. Baka po napagod kayo. Naka-high heels. Okay, thank you. May I have Professor, former Secretary Jokno, please.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, good morning, sir. Sir, you mentioned that foreign assisted projects are among the most rigorously evaluated budget items.
Agreed.
Yes. However, these projects risk delay because the Constitution does not allow money to be paid out of the Treasury except when there is an appropriation made by law. As a result, we have standby appropriations for foreign assisted projects to avoid paying commitment fees to multilateral financial institutions. Sir, given that foreign assisted projects undergo multiple evaluations and are considered at least a year in advance, and if not timely implemented, will expose us to monetary sanctions. Are these not compelling reasons to include them in the program appropriations, which, in the words of the good Solicitor General, the government is committed to unconditionally fund, and that the same compelling reasons equally, if not with more vigor, dictate that we must exclude them from program appropriations, the funding of which is not committed by the government.
Thank you, Your Honor. There are two types of foreign assistance projects. Those that are already that have already been finalized, and they are included in the budget. And there are those that are still undergoing some negotiation, which will be finalized in the forthcoming fiscal year. So, for example, the Metro Manila subway project with an appropriation of 68 billion was included in the 2024 program appropriation.
Yes.
The North-South Community Railway System with an appropriation of 76.3 billion was included in the
program
appropriation. It's those projects that are still undergoing some form of negotiation because it requires, for example, BSP approval, it requires NEDA approval, it requires a lot of things, approval by the IMF or by the World Bank or the ADB. But are likely to be approved in the forthcoming fiscal year that we include in the unprogrammed, Your Honor?
Yes, Your Honor. Professor, we did that. The government did that because for every foreign loan, we have a counterpart obligation.
Correct.
Yes, correct. So, are we saying that the funds that are programmed for this foreign assisted projects are intended to implement our part of the project? Like, for example, if it is an infrastructure project, the how do you call that? We buy the land. Okay. Which is an exercise of the power of eminent domain. We expropriate already the lands that are included in our plan for the infrastructure.
That's right, Your Honor.
Yes, so
Usually,
that's
we
what
require foreign assisted projects. The financing institution require some counterpart fund on the part of the government.
Yes,
so that
sir.
It means you're committed to that project.
So does it mean that for every foreign loan to be released, the grantor requires that the government shall have already implemented its own part in the project, counterpart?
Not necessarily. Some are more lenient than others. They would give the loan proceeds even if the national government has not.
So, sir, for those projects where pending their release or approval, where the government already earmarked funding under the programmed appropriation. Okay. I suppose that these projects require the government to already accomplish its counterpart obligation.
Yeah, I always say, Your Honor, that the foreign assisted project should be the most senior among all the budgetary items because it has gone through careful review and it has a very high rate of return or economic well-being. It has passed the NEDA review. For example, it is worthwhile to borrow money at, say, 3% if the return of that project will be around 20%. And so that foreign assistance project has passed several reviews. And so that should really be the most senior among all the budgetary items. And I always say, respect the foreign assisted projects. Do not reduce it or even ignore it. For example, in the 2024 budget, there is an appropriation for Metro Manila Subway of 68 billion. What did Congress do? Zero.
Zero.
Zero. North-South Rail Transit Railway System, 74 billion, zero. So that means the project has been delayed. Instead of having the project completed by, say, 2029, we're now talking about 2035.
By the government's own action.
By Congress's action.
Yes, by Congress's own action.
Right. And they...
They're prioritizing.
Well, now let me talk about why they want to put that in the program. Okay, some of them they put in a program because they know that the government is committed to continue with the project, so that the government will now find all means to continue with the project. So this is what we call the creating their own fiscal space. So in this transaction alone, for the 2024 budget, they took away 161 billion from the budget of the DOTR, transportation, and reduced that to 3.5 billion. So from 161 billion to 3.5 billion, or a cut of 98%. And so
how can that be
well, you ask Congress.
Yes, I will not. We have no member of Congress here. All right. A former. Who?
So they created their own fiscal space so that they can substitute their own projects,
Yes.
which are usually not well thought out, Your Honor.
Yes, that is supplanting.
Correct, Your Honor. So
Thank
this is really, the changes are not only huge, they are mind-boggling, Your Honor.
Mind-boggling. Okay. Do you agree, sir, that moving the foreign loans counterpart of the country from programmed, which is a commitment unconditionally, to unprogrammed funds, which, though unfunded at the beginning, heaven and earth will be moved so that these funds will be raised after the enactment of the GAA. Do you, would you say that this is the moving of a funded, programmed appropriation to unprogrammed appropriation when it comes to our commitment, international commitment under the foreign loans, is actually a violation of Pacta Sunt Servanda, or the principle that we owe to fulfill fulfill our obligation in good faith.
Agree, Your Honor. And let me answer the previous question, why there is a bias towards program versus unprogrammed. In fact, unprogrammed, the financing of unprogrammed appropriation is very uncertain. Number one, it depends on excess tax revenue. And I interpret that very strictly, Your Honor. You don't know your excess revenue, tax revenue, until the end of the fiscal year. Because there's a fluctuation in collection. The other source is excess non-tax revenue. So that's privatization, dividend, etc. And then the third source is the foreign assisted projects, which is more certain because once the contract, rather the foreign assisted project is completed, then you are sure of the loan proceeds. So the first 3 years, to me, are really uncertain. And I started that because in I remember that in 1998, I started the concept of GARO. What is GARO? General release document, okay? Because it takes 6 months to prepare the budget. I figured it out during Ramos' term. Another 6 months for Congress to act on the budget. And then after the budget is approved, the agencies cannot act yet. They need that GARO.
Yes.
I said no. The General Appropriations Act is the GARO. And therefore, that started the whole thing. So there's now a bias towards program versus unprogram.
Now, sir, thank you for that. Do you agree that the Congress cannot pass a supplemental appropriations law quickly enough to respond to an unfolding crisis, which therefore allegedly justifies the existence of unprogrammed appropriations as a matter of necessity?
Now, this is where the political economy will come in, Your Honor. It's easy if there is an excess revenue to be certified by the Bureau of Treasury. But then when you present a supplemental budget to Congress, and no offense to the congressman here, they will say, what's in it for me? So they will change the whole thing, right? So it's going to be very, very difficult to pass a supplemental budget, except in extreme case like maybe during the Yolanda case, and maybe during the COVID.
Yes, COVID, one
But
day.
otherwise, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to pass
Because who causes the difficulty?
the Congress and senators
The
will ask what's in it for me,
congresspersons.
okay? So there will be bilateral, multilateral negotiations. So before you know it, your supplemental budget will be full of pork.
Yes, sir. What do you think is the intention of the framers of the Constitution in putting in place the supplemental budget provision?
Well, it's a nice concept, but as I said, the political economy, it's difficult to come up with a supplemental budget.
So is it a noble provision? Does it guard against anomalies?
If
Guard
everybody
against
is
lack
well
of
behaved,
transparency?
if everybody is well behaved, Your Honor, it's easy, and it's a nice concept.
It's a nice concept. All right. So, in your opinion, Professor, will a total strike down of unprogrammed appropriations not diminish, let alone bust corruption?
No, I think we can still have the unprogrammed appropriation, but limit it to the foreign assistance projects, which was the original concept anyway.
That's the original concept, though it was expanded after Belgica.
Yes, sir.
Right. So, in the context of ghost flood control, will a total strike down of unprogrammed appropriations serve as an effective ghostbuster?
So I was looking at the M program, Your Honor. It has actually there's an item in the UN program called SIP, and I think we mentioned
Yes,
this.
it becomes a gift.
Now it becomes a gift.
Yes, it sounds more decent now. Sa gift.
No, but let me see if I still have it here with me. But you know, the Sagip has expanded from in 2024. Has expanded. Sagip, by the way, is not. It's strengthening assistance for government infrastructure and social programs. That's the acronym of Sagip. The President's request was 50 billion unprogrammed. You know what Congress did? They increased this to 225 billion, or an increase of 350%. So this kind of, they know that this is where the money is, and they expanded it by 350%.
Sir, would you say that Sagip is couched in so broad a term?
That's anything under
anything under the sun. Which is not included under the sun, insofar as Sagip is concerned.
You can think of any project. And there's also this.
For as long as there is sun.
There's also another project here called Tupad, which is also another pork barrel, Your Honor.
Another pork barrel. Tupad and Sagip. All right. Sir, thank you very much. May I call on Secretary Abad respectfully? Good morning, sir. You're a former Secretary of Budget and a former congressperson, or are you an incumbent congressperson?
I was formerly, I served for about 12 years, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Are you retired as a congressperson?
Practically, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Sir, you mentioned that unprogrammed appropriations are exceptional because under normal fiscal conditions, they are not meant to operate. What do you mean by normal fiscal conditions?
For example, there are two fiscal triggers that can activate the unprogrammed appropriations. One is the excess collections in tax revenues and non-tax revenues. And the other one is new sources of tax revenue. Now, historically, if you look at the fiscal performance of the country, there had been only 4 instances where we had surplus, where the budget enjoyed a surplus. This was from 1994 to 1997, during the time of President Fidel Ramos. And in so far as excess revenues exceeding revenue target is concerned, I think we go all the way back to the 70s when that happened. Although the DOF once said that in 2024 they collected more than what they targeted. But I think if we look at closely at what really happened, they included the cash extractions from PhilHealth and PDIC, and that's why they could report excess revenues, which they said happened only in 2001. Your Honor.
Yes, thank you for that. Sir, if we have normal fiscal conditions, which you already explained, do we have the counterpart of abnormal fiscal conditions? Or to put it more positively, using your term, exceptional fiscal conditions. There are exceptional fiscal conditions. There are, I suppose, normal fiscal conditions.
Well, insofar as unprogrammed appropriations are concerned, the normal conditions is that those first two fiscal triggers do not normally happen. And what is exception is when excess revenues are happen. But in the case of this recent past, what led to the activation of unprogrammed appropriations resulting from excess revenues was to treat the different revenue streams individually. For example, excess non-tax revenue collections, for example. But in the case of the PDAF decision, the court said that, I think in the PDAF decision, the court said that we must treat revenue streams holistically. That's why that cannot apply anymore, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, so in the absence of exceptional fiscal conditions that justify the unprogrammed appropriations under GAs of 2025, is that a ground to nullify these unprogrammed appropriations?
Well, the only possible way that the unprogrammed appropriations could be triggered, I mentioned the first one, which is the treating the revenue stream separately. The other one is the possibility that a surplus may exist, but it would not be enough to fund the whole unprogrammed appropriations, in which case this you find yourselves in a post-enactment budget execution phase. So therefore, the function of determining what gets funded and to what extent and what is not get funded, what does not get funded, migrates to the executive.
To the executive, which is a post-enactment discretion.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. So, do you recall if these triggers also applied to the unprogrammed funds under your term as DBM Secretary?
I think so, to the extent of the excesses in the dividend collections of government. But that was the time when separate revenue streams as trigger was allowed, and before the decision to treat them holistically was made.
All right, sir. Are the triggers to operationalize unprogrammed appropriations consistent with the sound fiscal policy?
Can I hear that question again?
Yes. Are the triggers to operationalize unprogrammed appropriations consistent with sound fiscal policy?
I do not think so, Your Honor. First of all, as I said, what happens when there is a trigger, the institutional relationships, let's say, between the executive and the legislature get a bit confused because the functions then are performed. What is exclusively a legislative function is performed by the executive. Department. So you create a confusion, and in a confusion, fiscal management becomes very difficult to happen.
Is blurred.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is a view that unprogrammed appropriations are necessary to allow flexibility. But you mentioned that the Constitution itself allows flexibility. How so?
Well, there is one constitutional provision textually. This is allowed through the special appropriation, Your Honor. And in the special appropriation, I think, why are you found it a most preferred way of exercising flexibility is because first of all, textually, it exists in the Constitution. Structurally, it follows the process mandated by the Constitution, which is the executive prepares the budget, the legislature enacts it, and the executive implements it. And third, I think it enhances public accountability because when you enact the special appropriation, you still subject it to public debates and the publicly the proponents and the opponents of the measure are able to express their ideas in public, and decisions are made, like, for example, eventual passing or amendments made, or decisions made are made in public and not in secret. And finally, I think it enhances also the institutional relationships, because there you respect the role of the legislature as the branch that is solely, exclusively responsible for budget enactment, Your Honor.
Yes, from what I gather, the sole or main objection against resorting to supplemental budget is the perceived delay. Do you agree?
Well, if we go by the
delay in the passage of the law.
If you go by the information provided by the Solgen, that it only takes on the average 50 days to pass a foreign assisted project. That is not delay for me. For me, that is efficiency, Your Honor. And I think the Constitution is very clear. The structure, the institutional relationships mandated by the Constitution always prevail over issues of efficiency, Madam, Your Honor.
And efficiency and the law, they can go together.
That's correct.
Yes, efficiency, transparency, and constitutional compliance.
And I think the reason why it may only take, let's say, assuming that's correct, 50 days, there are two reasons for that. One is, as already expounded by Secretary Diokno, foreign assisted projects are the most deliberated items in the budget. Just to get a project through the ICC of NEDA may take you a year. And after the ICC of NEDA approves it, it has to go through the NEDA board for approval by the President and the Cabinet. But it's not enough. That's not the end of it, because it has to go through a similar screening process by the funding agency or the creditor international bank. So it takes a while. On top of that, I think the fear that the legislators may exact some favor in return for the passage is that there is no way you can decrease or increase the foreign assisted project funds because these are negotiated agreement already signed and therefore they cannot be changed, Your Honor.
Yes. So the safeguards are in place.
Very much in place,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Transparency, honesty, efficiency, and most of all, it's nil. No, the chance of pursuing one's personal interest is also nil.
In foreign assisted projects, Your Honor, you cannot change the signed loan agreement already.
Right. So is that so? Actually, it's not just delay. There's no delay. Even I can't see delay for example, 50 days. And I think the certification by the President, whenever a supplemental budget is proposed, will always be present and will be a big factor to speed up the legislation.
Yes, Your Honor. And I forgot to mention, there is a mandatory approval by the Monetary Board for a loan to be undertaken. So you add that on top of that, and I think you can convince the legislators that there's no way that you can tamper or touch the loan.
So what weighs more? The advantages of passing a resorting to supplemental budget or simply resorting to unprogrammed appropriations?
I think if we talk about the Constitution, textually, it's in the Constitution. Structurally, it follows the process dictated by the Constitution, and then institutionally, it keeps the separation of powers and independence of branches pretty much respected, Your Honor.
Would you say that resort to unprogrammed appropriations is a circumvention in order to avoid compliance or resort to the process prescribed by the Constitution?
Well, you know, foregoing with policy because of convenience always creates problems, Your Honor.
All right. Very well. Thank you very much, Secretary.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I have Senator Drilon, please? Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning,
Good morning,
sir. During your multiple terms as former Senate President and longtime Senator of the Republic of the Philippines, how did the Senate effect compliance with Article 6, Section 25(1) and Article 14, Section 5(5) of the Constitution?
Okay. First, on Article 6,
may not increase the appropriations. What we look at is the bottom line. What is the appropriation submitted in the President's budget? And in our theory, so long as that is not exceeded, then we do not violate the Constitution. So what do? We rearrange the chairs, so-called, and in the earlier part of our my stint of my term in the department, in the Congress, we did look at various items which can be reduced and maintain the bottom expense budget. Example, payment of interest and loans are denominated in pesos and therefore assumes a certain exchange rate. When the economic managers would come before the Senate, we would ask them, what is your basis for appropriating, say, 50 million pesos in payment of interest for loans? The budget people will tell us it is based on an an exchange rate of 50 pesos to $1. And we tell them, you do not have faith in our own budget, people. It should only be $40 at 40 pesos to $1. And therefore, we create fiscal space of 10 pesos, or in that example. And therefore, that is the source of funding of the pet projects of members of Congress. Today, they have discarded all of that. They just removed they just transferred the items that appear in the program appropriation into the program appropriation in order to create fiscal space to where they can put in their own projects. On the second one, the state shall assign the highest education and etc., etc. When the budget is submitted by the executive department, the assumption is that they are complying with Article 14, Section 5, Paragraph 5, and would provide the highest priority to education, etc., etc. And this usually is respected or even maybe augmented by Congress because, Madam Justice, education is a favorite item for pork barrel. How scholarship funds is a source of pork barrel. When you appropriate scholarship funds for the needy, then you put it as a pork barrel of the proponent. And usually the allocation is in educational institutions in the district of the congressman. So we cannot legislate morality here, so heads trying to figure out how to stop this one. In fact, you cannot, because you have to go back to whether or not the legislators have enough conscience in order to prevent themselves from doing this. And in this particular case, wala na pong konsensya. Pinaglilipat na yung programmed appropriations which are needed in order to move our economy, move to the unprogrammed portion so that the fiscal space is created for pork barrel. That's and ma'am, I find difficulty, finding a solution to that because it goes back to the morality of the legislators in self-restraint to exercise their powers only for the benefit of the people.
Thank you, sir. My next question is about Araulio versus Aquino.
I'm sorry?
Araulio versus Aquino, sir.
Yes.
Yes. So, our decision there states that revenue targets should be considered as a whole and not individually. Otherwise, we would be dealing with artificial revenue surpluses. The requirement that revenue collections must exceed revenue target should be understood to mean that the revenue collections must exceed the total of the revenue targets stated in the BESF. Moreover, to release the unprogrammed funds simply because there was an excess revenue as to one source of revenue would be an unsound fiscal management measure because it would disregard the budget plan and foster budget deficits in contravention of the government's surplus budget policy. We all know that on motion for reconsideration by the government, the court maintained the position that aggregate revenue collection must first exceed aggregate revenue target as a prerequisite to the use of unprogrammed funds. But it clarified, and I quote, the notion that the release of unprogrammed funds may only occur at the end of the fiscal year, close quote. It ruled that pursuant to the foregoing, the DBM and the COA require agencies under various joint circulars to submit budget and financial accountability reports on a regular basis, one of which is the quarterly report of income or quarterly report of revenue and other receipts. On the other hand, as Justice Carpio points out in his separate opinion, the Development Budget Coordination Committee acts quarterly revenue targets for quarterly revenue targets for a specific fiscal year. Since information on both actual revenue collections and targets are made available every quarter or such time as the DBM may prescribe, actual revenue surplus may be determined accordingly. and release from the unprogrammed fund may take place even prior to the end of the year. Mr. Senator, from your point of view, are these two rulings consistent?
To me, the position taken by the executive branch of the Supreme Court's decision is inconsistent with the decision of the court, when instead of taking the whole revenue program as the standard upon which excess revenue can be determined for purposes of the unprogrammed appropriation, that decision of the Supreme Court, if strictly followed, would have avoided all of these loopholes that we are seeing now. The fact that the Supreme Court's decision was interpreted to mean individual revenue targets, not the whole revenue target of the government, justified the releases of that we saw in the last several years.
Sir, you mentioned in your presentation, you're urging the court to revisit our ruling in this case. Which part would you like to revisit?
I can't specify exactly which parts, ma'am, but what I'm just saying is, if followed strictly, if implemented to the letter, it could have been a deterrent to the excesses that we saw. Unfortunately, to justify the releases of the program funds, what the Department of the Budget did was to look at individual revenue sources. And once that individual revenue source is exceeded, that justified the certification from the Treasurer that unprogrammed appropriations can be funded.
Is that allowed in Araulio?
I cannot answer that, Your Honor. I'm just saying that as a matter of compliance with the court's decision, if we consistently just consider the whole revenue program as the guidepost before we fund and program funds, all of these shenanigans could have been probably prevented.
Sir, are you for a total strike down of unprogrammed appropriation?
Theoretically, in my view as a student of constitutional law, my submission, Your Honor, is that unprogrammed appropriation is within the power of Congress to enact. Power over the purse would give that power to Congress, except that there are certain constitutional guideposts and limitations that must be observed. My submission is that there is nothing in the Constitution which prohibits unprogrammed appropriation, but it is the compliance with the guardrails that has resulted in the abuses that we saw.
All right. Do we have existing guardrails yet?
Not in this particular case because an appropriated a program appropriations, to my understanding and my knowledge, this is a case of first impression.
All right, sir. Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
Senator. May I have, yes, Governor Salceda? Congressperson, Governor.
Honorable Chief Justice and all justices. Ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good
Justice
morning.
Amy. Good morning
Yes,
po.
Sir, on the second day of the oral argument, you stated that invalidating unprogrammed appropriations will leave the government without a crisis instrument and no replacement in place. You also mentioned that Congress cannot pass a supplemental appropriations law quickly enough to respond to an crisis. Is it your position, sir, that the perceived delay in the enactment of supplemental budget was not taken into consideration by the framers of the Constitution when they provided the provision on the passage of supplemental appropriations in case of emergency or urgency requiring additional or new funding?
I think, ma'am, the mere fact na hindi nila nilagay yun is already a way of saying that there will be, because the budget is the principal instrument of public welfare to increase wealth, reduce poverty, improve our competitiveness. So, kung tatanggalin mo yung isang instrumento na magagawa natin to, I think it is, I think, hindi lang sa masasayang, kundi kaya nga po sa apat na konstitusyon na dinaanan natin, laging nilalagay yung program, and then yung ano muna, yung gastos ng gobyerno, then yung mga programa.
Yes po. Ang ibig bang sabihin, yung ating framers ng Constitution, hindi nila naisip na ang provision na to mag-cause ng delay sa pag-enact natin ng supplemental budget. Hindi po, is it your opinion, but these people did not think of this possible problem brought about by the perceived delay in the enactment of a mental budget that will stall the projects of the government.
Actually, baliktad po, ma'am. For kami approach dito, may I respectfully state that the supplemental budget of 2006 took 70 days to be transmitted. So nangyari na po yung crisis. And then, so to the date of filing, it only took that fast because there was noong 2006 mabilis kasi reenacted budget. So wala ka kailangan RRA 10634, another supplemental budget was transmitted to the President on December 12, 2010 2013, that is 135 days after Typhoon Labuyo, the first reason that was cited for the enactment of the sin taxes. B, I also note enacted in response to natural disaster affecting some parts of the country like Bicol. We need rapid response. Natutunan ko kay Ma'am na sabi ko kay Ma'am dati, pwede ba yung i-postpone natin yung appropriation para gumanda ang ano. No, Joey, you cannot do that. That is the first day we met each other and said, every life is important. So you cannot postpone not a single cent of government appropriation just for the sake. Nasa Manila Hilton tayo. So you're changing your view. Okay. So,
oo, kasi sabi ni Ma'am, nung sinabi niya yun, wala pang unprogrammed appropriations.
Ma'am, there was unprogrammed appropriation since 1932. Every year thereafter, there is every APRO, there is an unprogrammed. Ang pinagpipilian lang naman natin dito, gusto niyo ba ng supplemental na lang? O gusto niyo ba ng
yes,
itong naabuso na appropriation? Para sa akin, yung unang guardrails na dapat lumabas muna yung approval ng ICC NEDA. Pangalawa, na dapat hindi lang yung isa revenue, kundi yung buong revenue. Number 3, na dapat yung revenue recurring. Hindi po pwede. Kasi pambayad natin yun eh. So, kasi basically, we are coming from presumption that we are borrowing. And therefore, paano mo mababayaran yun kung bigla mo na lang binenta yung BCDA, hindi mo yung pwedeng gamitin para pondohan ang isang unprogrammed appropriation.
Sir, thank you. Can you please provide more context to your statement during the last oral argument that striking down unprogrammed appropriations totally will neither breed nor bust the ghost of the flood control?
Ilan ba congressman dito?
You need water, sir. There's water in front of you.
Hindi ko alam na hindi ko pa ma-imagine po, sir, na you can avoid without sacrificing the overarching aspiration of the Constitution with respect to the budget. 1, to reduce poverty. Second, to improve competitiveness. And 3, so, kasama po yata para pong original sin.
Original mortal sin.
So, hindi mo tumatawa yung classmate ko. So I think, ma'am, I can provide a more specific way, let's say, that is probably more in consonant, and that will probably satisfy the, the confidence of our people in the way we do our budgets. So, pwede, marami naman po na mga guardrails that can be done. And therefore, I think, ma'am, I think it's not as if that there are only bad people. There are good people.
That's the problem. If there are only bad people, but for as long as there are good people, and for as long as these good people are not outnumbered by bad people, we have hope.
Pero my position really, ma'am, is that we need rather than supplemental, which takes very long.
Oh, sir, is it your position that the supplemental budget provision is useless?
Po.
It is useless.
Oh,
Because we can do the easier way of just providing for unprogrammed appropriation.
May mga
Kasi may mga guardrails ang supplemental budget under the Constitution that are not found in the appropriations of unprogrammed funds. Umiiwas ba tayo?
Hindi po. Katulad ng Riming, nung halos buong albay ay nawasak. Hindi mo makukuha sa supplemental yun.
Okay, sir. Pwede bang kunin sa contingency fund ng governor?
Kulang po.
Kulang. Sama na natin yung sa presidente. Kulang pa rin?
Well, I think there is rhythm and not magic, but there's a rhythm to the way we do our budget, in the way that we try to portion as much as possible the appropriate amounts. For example,
DSWD.
Kulang po yan, ma'am.
Kulang. Kahit naman mag-supplemental budget ay kulang pa din. Hindi ba?
Po.
Kahit mag-supplemental budget ay kulang pa rin. It's not enough. It's just that we can start our rehab, we can start helping out the victims for their food, for their shelter. In the meantime that we're going through the supplemental budget. And I cannot imagine the Congress not heeding the advice of the President for an emergency measure to be immediately enacted.
There are angels in Congress.
Angels in
But,
Congress.
ma'am, it took the lowest is 70 days before the government was able to use the supplemental budget. It took 135 days in 20 for Yolanda, for Typhoon Labuyo.
Okay.
So in other words, ma'am, there is a time lag. So it is, I think we can have a balance with having guardrails with respect to the an appropriate the appropriations vis-a-vis providing a supplemental budget. So we can have both. But generally, the tendency is for all of us here have 3 terms as chairperson, and we know that you have PS, MOE, COE. After that, you have all these contingent funds. You have the supplemental funds. Then you have the NDRMF funds. So all told, ma'am, in my remembrance, kulang po, hindi kaya kung wala ang kung doon lang po tayo sa supplemental budget. Unang-una, ano rin po yung parameters na gagamitin mo para po mas-set. Ano ba yan? 30 billion? Tapos sasabihin nyo, ilagay nyo na lang sa NDRRF. So, I think there is rhythm to budget formulation. And I guess the participation of the people is very important.
Rhythm, the beat.
Yes,
Who's
ma'am.
holding it? Thank you, sir.
I'll just close your room. Please, please. Harap ka sa akin, sir.
Thank you, Governor, for your gracious answers.
Salamat po.
Salamat po. Last part of my interpellation is reserved for the good Solicitor General.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Madam Solicitor General, what is the difference between contingency fund under program funds for new or urgent activities or projects of national government agencies on one hand, and what the good Solicitor General standby funds for important but not urgent projects under the unprogrammed appropriation?
Your Honor, the contingent fund under the programmed appropriation would have automatic funding through the GAA for the purposes which fall under that single purpose of contingent fund. On the other hand, the unprogrammed appropriation would be identified purposes as well, and what is on standby or what is contingent is the source of funding. So, in other words, the Congress, I was listening to the discussion a while ago as to whether there is post-enactment decision by the executive. It is the position of the Republic that, in fact, it is the Congress that is deciding what already are the purposes that it wishes to spend on if the triggers happen.
Yes, Madam Solicitor General, my point is, well, the contingency funds under the program funds are earmarked for new or urgent activities or projects of national government. How is that different from the standby funds, which you said are for urgent projects, but not for important but not so urgent projects under the unprogrammed appropriation. Are they not the same?
Your Honor, it is our submission that these possess, for example, the AFP modernization or risk management program, social infrastructure programs. So these are identified with PAPs. As I mentioned, it is only the funding that is contingent.
Yes, the same purpose, but different sources of funds. Same purpose. For example, AFP. We discussed before that AFP modernization has double funding. One is found in program funds and part of it is found in unprogrammed funds. And we have not explained why the splitting was done.
Your Honor, if I may amplify the answer that I provided before, the explanation to us was part of the ongoing program, for example, for AFP modernization. So for example, it needs 2 billion pesos. The ongoing programs would probably require 1.5 billion pesos, and that should go to the program. And the 0.5, which is not part of an ongoing activities and could be parked under the UA and could wait for further funding, then that could be transferred to the UA.
Were we able to realize the 10 billion funding? That 10 billion, yes. Were we able to realize that under the unprogrammed funds?
Your Honor, I do not have the information.
Please inform the court in time.
May I clarify, Your Honor? So that is for 2024 unprogrammed appropriation with regard to the AFP modernization.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I would like, to be informed whether we were able to this 10 billion fund.
Your Honor, may I ask if
It's
the
all right.
information is available?
You may do so in your submission to the court.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Yes. So, based on the GAAs of 2024 and 2025, there were overlapping items found both in the program and programmed appropriations, such as BGN, Bridges Project, and as I've said, Vice AFP organization. Is it constitutional for Congress to enact supplemental budget to provide a third source of funding for this project already covered both program and unprogrammed appropriations?
It is our, Your Honor, that the or the provision on supplemental appropriation does not prohibit the unprogrammed appropriation under the Constitution.
So an M can have funding unprogrammed, second funding under the unprogrammed, and third funding under the supplemental budget.
That could be possible. And may I also add that budget doesn't just constitute a request of funds, but this a lot of study and purposes and discussions in the executive as well as Congress when we sent our budget to Congress. So it is the short answer to your question, Your Honor, is it is possible.
Yes. So done this before, as Congress done this, providing sources of funds earmarked for the purpose.
Honor, I am not aware.
Please also submit information on that.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Okay. Of course, you are familiar with the Bridges project. It was conceptualized in 1999 when the Japan International Cooperation Agency submitted a master plan for bridges to connect the island, Panay, Las, and Negros. In 2018, the cost of the project was estimated 28 billion. By 2020, this estimate has ballooned to 186.54 billion. Present, the government pegs the construction cost at 300 billion. This has been an anticipated expense of the government since 1999. And this is also our commitment to our creditor, foreign creditor. Would you say that the construction of the PG and bridges can be categorized using your words as equally important but not urgent expenditure of the government?
Honor, it is difficult for us to make a conclusion unless we are present to listen to the different information that was received by, for example, by the Congress, by the committee that was deliberating on it. With regard to the questions whether something is sound fiscal policy, may I share with you, in the course of these oral arguments, there have been a lot of changes in our impressions and insights as we listen to more discussions from our, namely the Congress, the Senate, the DBCC, the DepDev, the DB. So meaning, as we ask more questions, we appreciate more that there is so much to absorb and there is so much to listen to and to consider before we are able to say this is the sound, this is the most sound fiscal policy, which makes that a power is lodged in one breath. Then there is also merit in giving them the leeway to listen to all the considerations for them who have the power to call on the many experts. I have my reservation because although we are the Council for Respondents, I am also more legal than technical, and I might not be able to make this court fully appreciate the technical aspect of that we are explaining.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well said, Madam Solicitor General. Now, under the 2024, 2025, and 2026 GAAs, there is a recurring provision, specifically special provision numbers 15, 10, and 8 respectively, which authorizes the DBM to, and I quote, use appropriations under the purposes of the unprogrammed funds to cover deficiencies in the amounts authorized in any of the purposes under the unprogrammed appropriations. In essence, this provision appears to authorize the DBM to transfer appropriations under one item in the unprogrammed fund to another item post-enactment. So let's examine if this is a valid post-enactment measure. First, does this post-enactment transfer comply with Article 6, Section 25(5) of the Constitution, as explained in Arroyo versus Aquino, given that, first, the DBM is not one of the authorized heads of offices that can transfer savings under the Constitution. Two, the transfer does not involve any savings, as the DBM has been granted an unqualified blanket authority to transfer any appropriation from one item to another within unprogrammed funds. And three, the purpose of the transfer crosses other offices and are not limited within the respective offices of those authorized under the Constitution. So, is it fair to say that the post-enactment transfer provision of 2024 and 2026 GAA on unprogrammed appropriations is not justified under Article 6, Section 25.5 of the 1987 Constitution?
Honor, the way we understand this based on our analogy that was like if a budget has been appropriated for an agency and that agency transfer or can modify the use, for example, of that budget from one program to another, provided is with the agency. So there are authorizations that are required. I remember that there is an authorization for a head of agency or the provision on the augmentation under the Constitution will have to be respected.
That is not
primordially.
found in the provision. That is not found in the provision. So, is enactment transfer defined under the guidelines of Belgica?
Yes, Your Honor.
Post-enactment
I'm sorry, Your
is
Honor.
justified under the guide. Yes, changing your answer.
Yes,
It's
it
justified.
is not justified.
Yes. Is it not this provision recurring under numbers 15, 10, and 8 under 2020 to 2026 GAA? Okay. Is this not the same as the pork barrel that was invalidated under Belgica?
Under the Belgica, there were amounts that were reserved for legislators, and also I think there was more express authority that was given to legislators to identify their project, and which means that, and that's why under the Belgica, post-enactment legislation was invalidated.
Yes, but here, what letters do we see from the provision? Do you see? Can you read the text, guardrails, or guidelines before the DBM can exercise this authority under this recurring provision?
Yes, Your Honor, I would say that the one that they shared with us as to the power to modify budgets within departments.
Is that within the power of the DBM?
It's within the power of the executive, and yes, Your Honor, in the DBM.
To transfer from one item to another item without even stating that it should be within the same agency. And does DBM have that authority under the Constitution and existing jurisprudence to make such transfer. Remember, it's the discretion is full. It's unqualified.
Yes, Your Honor. I would say that the provision on augmentation under the Constitution is primordial to and is the guardrail for letter B on number 15. And what is, I think, contemplated on letter B is the power to modify within
Yes.
an agency.
You know,
only.
my problem is this. What you're saying is not in the text of the provision. So, if the text does not distinguish, why should we? Okay, thank you very much. And happy anniversary again, my friend.
Thank you for your message as well.
Thank you.
Justice.
Maraming.
Amy.
My spirit is with you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
May I yield the floor to the Chief Justice. Thank you, Chief
Justice Ami. It's past 12 o'clock. We'll suspend the session for lunch break. As usual, we provided the lunch to our amicus, amici, and the counsels for the petitioner, except for the Soldier, of course. We cannot find that. So we'll suspend the session and resume at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Please remain standing when the Chief Justice, the Senior Associate Justice, and the Associate Justices leave the session hall.
That preacher will always Oh. Hey, baby. Alisin ba to?
Ay, hindi, nag-alis na sila eh.
Ito.
Hindi na. Alan.
Mamaya na lang ito, sir. After.
Mamaya. Baka malis na iba.
Alan.
Baka malis na iba. Mamaya. And I told you, Mom, one person can be saved by dictionary. That is
Sure.
Frank, what's Lombard for? Lombard for?
All please rise. The Honorable, the Chief Justice of the Republic of the Philippines, the Senior Justice, and the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having business before the Honorable Supreme Court of the Philippines shall give their attention, for the court is now in session.
Please be seated.
Session resumes. May I call Associate Justice Samuel Gairlan to proceed with his interpellation.
Thank you, Chief. Bago ko magsimula, nais ko munang ipaliwanag ang pangunahing punto ng aking mga tanong. Ang budget ng bansa ay parang budget ng isang pamilya. May nakalaang pera para sa pagkain, upa, tuition, gamot, kuryente, tubig, at iba pang pangangailangan. Maaari rin magtabi ng kaunting pera para sa emergency. Maayos at practical iyon. Pero kung malaking bahagi ng budget ay lalagay lamang sa standby o gagastusin kung may darating na pera, dapat malinaw kung saan ang pera. Sino ang magpapasya, kung paano ito gagamitin, at ano ang mga limitasyon sa paggastos. Yan ang tanong dito. Ang nais kong linawin ay kung ang unprogrammed appropriations ay nanatiling tamang paraan para magkaroon ng flexibility ang pamahalaan o kung dahil sa laki at paraan ng paggamit nito, naging parang hiwalay o pangalawang budget na hindi na sumusunod sa limitasyon ng Article 6, Section 25.1 ng Constitution. Ngayon, tatanong muna ako sa mga abogado ng petitioners. Can I request the lawyers of Petitioner Lagman to take the rostrum, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, okay. Counsel for the Lagman petitioners, balikan natin ang halimbawa ng budget ng isang pamilya. Kung ang pamilya ay maglalagay ng malaking halaga sa ilalim ng gagastusin kung may pera, kailan ito tumitigil na maging maingat na reserba at nagsisimuging pangalawang budget? Sa kasong ito, anong malinaw na pamantayan ang dapat gamitin ng korte para masabing lumampas na sa hangganan ang unprogrammed appropriations?
Your Honor, it is our humble stand, Your Honor, that the constitutional provision on Article 6, Section 25, subparagraph 1 is the restraint in the threshold of the unprogrammed appropriations because it is our humble stand for the petitioner Lagman that the Congress may not really increase what was being recommended by the President under the National Expenditures Program, Your Honor.
Do you want to add?
I maintain the same position, Your Honor.
Now, susunod naman, tungkol naman sa timing. Napaliwanag noong nakaraan na ang unprogrammed appropriations ay nasa GAA. Pero maaari lamang gamitin kapag may statutory trigger. Tama po ba?
That's correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, kung hindi naman nailabas ang UA na nasa GAA dahil walang trigger, ano pa ang kailangang remedyuhan ng korte?
There will be no need to for the court to fix anything, Your Honor, because the trigger was not met. There was no expenditures of unprogrammed appropriations. So,
Okay. Thank you. Now, dumako naman tayo sa BICAM process. Sinasabi ninyo na hindi sapat ang disclosure sa increase. Ano ba ang eksaktong itinago kung mayroon man kahit may BICAM report, joint explanation at ratifikasyon ng dalawang houses?
well, Your Honor, the first question that Petitioner Lagman raised was that there was no difference between what was approved by the House and what was approved by the Senate with regard to unprogrammed appropriations. So if we will follow the rule, then there is nothing to reconcile because the amounts are the same. Now, the bicameral conference committee, whether we agree with their position or not, increased the allocation on unprogrammed appropriations. This is in consonance with what was passed on third reading from both chambers. Now, the question here, number one, is the amount that was placed in the unprogrammed appropriations covered by Article 625(1) or not. It is our position that it is. So the increase in unprogrammed operations violates 25(1).
So ang depekto ay hindi sa kawalan ng deliberasyon, kawalan ng itemisasyon o pagtatago mismo ng mga figures. Tama po ba?
We would also like to say, Your Honor, that in the experience of legislation, it is hard for Congress to study the bicameral conference committee report that was approved by the BICAM in such a limited period of time in order to come with a judgment whether such BICAM report is consistent to what they agreed with the bill that was passed on third reading from their respective chambers.
Ngayon, tungkol naman sa reclassification. Kung binawasan ang program appropriation at dinagdagan ang UAs, pero hindi naman lumampas sa total budget na iminungkahi ng Pangulo, ano ang constitutional problem? Ang halaga, ang reclassification, o pagkawala ng fiscal discipline?
Your Honor, a while ago, Your Honor, Attorney Erin already answered that it is a long practice, Your Honor, of the Congress to transfer program funds to unprogrammed funds. However, Your Honor, the problem right now, Your Honor, with the 2024 budget, Your Honor, is that the unprogrammed appropriations, Your Honor, balloon to a very high number, Your Honor, as compared to the previous unprogrammed appropriations from the previous years prior to the year 2024, Your Honor.
So, ano ang workable test ang dapat na gamitin ng Korte para malaman kung valid realignment ito o unconstitutional expansion?
Your Honor, it is our humble stand. It is the humble stand of the petitioners in GR number 271059 that the constitutional parameters of Article 6, Section 25, subparagraph 1, and Article 7, Your Honor, Article 7, as recommended by the President, Your Honor, should be the constitutional parameters in determining on whether or not the unprogrammed appropriations is still valid and legal, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, counsels. May I
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
also the
Thank you, Your
counsels
Honor.
for the petitioner, Congressman Erice and Congressman De Lima.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Good afternoon. Okay. Magtatanong naman ako tungkol sa standard of review. Pinapayagan ng ating konstitusyon ang Kongreso na magtakda ng form at consent ng budget. Pero bawal din nitong dagdagan ang appropriations lampas sa recommended appropriations ng Pangulo. Kapag nagsalubong ang dalawang prinsipyong ito, anong standard ang dapat gamitin ng Korte?
Sa pagsasalubong po aming kagalang-galang na hukom ng dalawang prinsipyong ito, kailangan na tignan po ng ating kataas-taasang hukuman kung ang ito po ay sumunod sa ating konstitusyon, halimbawa po sa una po na probisyon na paglampas sa budget ceiling. Halimbawa po, kailangan itong tignan ng korte na hindi ito lalampas at gamitin po sa ang kapangyarihan ng Article 8, Section 1 po upang ating bigyang kahulugan ang mga salita sa konstitusyon.
Just to add to that, Your Honor, just to reconcile these two principles that you mentioned, Your Honor, I echo the statement of counsel that these has to still be in line with our constitutional provisions such that such budget or such expenditure will not be above the ceiling that provided by the President, Your Honor, as well as the other constitutional limitations provided for public expenditure, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, dapat bang ikumpara ng Korte ang NEP at GAA batay sa total amount, category, item source, or practical fiscal effect?
Your Honor, kung tutuusin po sa ating konstitusyon, hindi natin matatagpuan ang salitang National Expenditure Program or NEP. Ang matatagpuan po natin doon ay Budget of Expenditures and Sources of Financing. Kung kaya po sa ating pong pagtingin ay dapat nating ikumpara bagamat naiiba po ang mga halagang nakasaad sa Budget of Expenditure and Sources of Financing kung ikukumpara sa NEP na sa pagkakataon po sa mga budget na aming i-question sa hukumang ito, mas mataas po ang NEP. So ang amin pong minumungkahi natignan po natin ang kabuoang halaga. Ang importante po ay yung BESF sapagkat iyon po ang itinatakda ng ating konstitusyon na mayroong pagkukunan. At ano man po ang mga halaga na walang pagkukunan ay hindi maaaring isama at makarating sa General Appropriations Bill, ganun din po sa panghuli sa General Appropriations Act.
Share the same sentiment, Your Honor, that these have to be compared considering that the budget process starts with the executive, where the President submits the NEPE, the BESF, as well as his budget message. And these will contain, Your Honor, as also discussed during the first hearing on the oral arguments last April 7, 2026, Your Honor, where the NEP is based from the 8th standard priority of the President, Your Honor.
Thank you. Tungkol naman sa unprogram category, kung maaring mag-classify ang Kongreso ng items bilang program o unprogram, anong constitutional safeguard ang pipigil para hindi maging shadow budget unprogram category?
Your Honors, para po sa mga petitioners Erice at De Lima, ang amin pong dinudulog sa hukumang ito ay tanggalin po ang kabuuan ng unprogram appropriations sapagkat ito po ang nagiging lipatan o isang nagbibigay ng puwang upang nang sa gayon ay mamanipula ang mga items at mga uri po ng budget items sa atin pong GAA. Kung sa amin pong pagsusuri, hindi na po natin kailangang magkategorya kung ano man ang ilalagay natin sa programmed at unprogrammed dahil ang pagtingin po namin dito man ang sabihin ng Pangulo na mula sa pag-aaral ng kanyang gabinete, ito ay mahalaga at may pantay-pantay na kahalagahan at magbibigay ng tulong upang iangat ng ating mga kababayan. Kung kaya po wala tayong kinakailangang gamitin na pamantayan sapagkat hindi na po natin kailangan sa totoo lang ang unprogram appropriations. Yun po ang Your Honors, na nakalating konstitusyon ay sabihin natin ang hindi paglalagay ng unprogrammed appropriations maliban sa pagtatakda ng budget ceiling, pagtatakda na hindi maaaring dagdagan ng Kongreso ang halaga ng ating budget upang ilagay ang ating bayan sa higit pang deficit o kakulangan. At nandoon po ang Article 625.4 tungkol sa special appropriations upang kung sakasakali na kailanganin ang anumang mga pagkakagastusan ng gobyerno ay maaari din po itong ipasa sa pamamagitan ng supplemental budget o special appropriations.
To emphasize, Your Honor, it is the position for petitioners Erice and De Lima, Your Honor, that on-program appropriations is unconstitutional as a whole. There is no need to establish guidelines on what would constitute a valid or constitutional item under unprogrammed appropriations because, as emphasized as well by the Honorable Justice Amy Lazaro Javier during the last hearing, these categories, there's only an artificial line. In fact, they both need the same sources of revenue, Your Honor, and they also have specific triggers, Your Honor. While unprogrammed appropriations only have 3 specific triggers, these triggers would also apply to program appropriations. And another factor, Your Honor, is the post-enactment executive discretion, Your Honor, on which programs to prioritize. Thus, Your Honor, it is humble submission that unprogrammed appropriations are unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you, councils. May I call on the
Thank you, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Your Honors.
petitioners FPJPM?
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Good afternoon. Now, councils, tutungo naman ako sa special funds at special accounts. Sa annex ninyo, lumilito setting increases and decreases sa program appropriations. Kaya walang net increase. Ang challenge ba ninyo ay nasa ilalim pa rin ng Article 6, Section 25.1 o mas tungkol ito sa special funds o laws?
Your Honor, with respect to your question on the retaining of the amount in the GAA as compared to the NEP, we only question the legality of the Act of Congress with respect to the MVUC, Your Honor.
Okay, linawin naman natin ang nature ng mga pondong ito. Alin sa mga sealed funds ang automatically appropriated ng kanilang enabling laws at alin ang earmark collections lang na kailangan pa ang annual GAA authority?
There are two classifications of the automatic appropriations, Your Honor. First is the UIGF, or the use of income in the general fund, which includes the national tax allotment, the MVUC, the Barm Block Grant, and the LGU share, Your Honor. And with respect to the second classification, the special account in the general fund, the specific laws mentioned in our petition, Your Honor, the 13 specific laws, Your Honor, are of the category that they may not be, the allocation, the amount stated in the special laws or the enabling laws is already the fixed amount and may not be increased by Congress, Your Honor.
Para sa bawat fund, ang enabling law ba mismo ang nag-appropriate ng pera o gumagawa lang ito ng special account?
The enabling law, Your Honor, is the basis for the creation of the special account.
Kaya naman tungkol sa epekto ng figure sa GAA. Kung ang spendable amount ay nakadepende sa actual collections o treasury balances, ang figure ba sa GAA ay increase in appropriation o authority para gamitin ang existing balance?
The GAA, Your Honor, is only used as the authority to spend the limitation therein, Your Honor.
Tungkol naman sa statutory conflict theory ninyo, sinasabi ninyo na binago ng 2025 GAA ang ilang enabling laws. Anong exact statutory text ang na-amend, na-repeal, ginawang inoperative?
Your Honor, with respect to the Special Road Fund, Your Honor, it is our humble submission that the Special Road Fund, particularly Republic Act 874, cannot be amended by the General Appropriations Act. And in our petition, Your Honor, with the increase of the amount of the Special Road Fund outside the source from which this special account, the Special Road Fund was created, Your Honor, had effectively amended Republic Act 8794, Your Honor.
So anong sabing ang MVUC collections lang ang exclusive source para sa road and drainage expenditures?
Your
Kaya
Honor,
hindi
it would be under Section 7 of the Republic Act 8794 as amended by Republic Act 1123, Your Honor.
239.
11239, sorry.
Thank you, Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honors.
Now may I ask the Solicitor General to take the rostrum.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Okay. Madam Solicitor General, gamit pa rin ang halimbawa ng household budget. Anong safeguard ang makakasiguro sa Korte na ang halagang inilagay sa gastusin kung may pera ay hindi gagamitin para lampasan ang approved budget ng pamilya? Sa pamahalaan, anong practical limit ang pumipigil para hindi maging parallel budget ang program missions?
Kagalang-galang, Nom. Ang magiging limit po ay yung special triggers, yung special provisions, na siya po ang magti-trigger kung kailan lamang mapopondohan ang mga programa na nauna ng pinili ng Congress. Iyon po ang nagiging trigger. In fact, kaya ito po ang aming sinasabi doon sa may person na mas madali ilipat sa unprogrammed appropriations. Amin pong pagtingin ay baliktad dahil mas mahirap po sa unprogrammed appropriations sapagkat hindi po tayo nakakasigurado na magkakaroon ng do. Pangalawa po, ang isa pong constitutional mechanism na pwede pong obserbahan ng political branches ay ang power po ng presidential veto. Kung mayroon man pong pagtingin si presidente na hindi naaayon, hindi nararapat na aprubahan, may final round po ng review. Ang mekanismo pong ito ay provide sa loob po ng ating konstitusyon.
Ngayon naman, sa magnitude, sa Belgica, kinilala ang case in principle. Kailan, kung mayroon man, nagiging constitutionally relevant ang laki ng program appropriations?
Kagalang-galang na hukom, sa kanina po na ito po ay isip ko rin dun sa isa pong tanong kaninang umaga, pagkat ang PDAF po sa Belgica na itinuring na ang constitutional ng Korte Suprema, in fact ay nasa sa programmed appropriation po at wala po siya sa unprogrammed appropriation. Ito po ay isang punto na sa tingin ko ay mahalaga rin na maipalitaw sapagkat nangangahulugan na programmed o unprogrammed, kung gugustuhin po na magkaroon ng abuso sa pag-iimplementa ay maaari pong maganap. Doon po sa pagpili ng mga programa, tingin ko po sa Kongreso, sila ay ang gabay na lamang po nila ay alin ang dapat na pondohang masigurado, yun pong ongoing programs, at yun pong mga maaaring mag-antay ng excess in any one of the non-tax revenues and excess in the tax revenues as specified po in the BESF.
Maaari bang ipakita ng magnitude budget ay functional displays na? Anong limiting principle ang inaalok ng gobyerno?
Doon po sa unprogrammed appropriations, tingin ko po sa kasaysayan na siguro po sa huling 5 taon, baka po may 5 o 6 na beses na mas tumaas po ang unprogrammed appropriations amount sa GAA mula po sa CP At ang isa pong paliwanag sa amin, mga ekonomist at technical expert, na ito po ay lalong naging evident po pagkakatapos ng krisis. So kagaya po noong pahuli na po na sa termino ni Presidente Duterte ay tumaas ang unprogrammed appropriations at noong 2022 to 2028, nung inadopt po ng ehekutibo ang medium-term fiscal framework na inadopt din naman po ng joint Congress, pareho po ng Senate at ng Congress, yun po ang ang ginamit na balangkas sa budget na ipinapasa po ng Kongreso.
Ngayon, sa special appropriations, bakit hindi dapat ituring ang UAs bilang pag-iwas sa Article 6, Section 25, 4, na nagbibigay ng mekanismo para sa special appropriations?
Kagalang-galang na hukom, ang pagtingin po ng posisyon po ng Republika, ang special appropriations po ay ginagamit kapag hindi pa alam kung ano po yung identified purpose, samantalang ang unprogrammed appropriation po ay batid na ng Kongreso kung ano po itong mga programang ito. Ang hinihintay na lamang ay ang panggagalingan ng pondo. So hindi kagaya po ng naipalitaw kanina po sa discussion, maaari po in theory na mangyari na merong programmed appropriation, ang bahagi po ay maiilagay sa unprogrammed at maaari din pong mangyari na special appropriation kung hindi po magiging ang amount po na gagamiting pondo para sa isang programa.
Kung ang UAs ay pre-authorization sa GAA, appropriations pa rin ba sila para sa Article 6, Section 25.1?
Ang amin pong posisyon ng Republic, ang ceiling po ay applicable lamang doon po sa proposal ng Presidente. So kailangan pong i-interpret na kasama po yung isa pong constitutional provision kung ano po ba ang pinapasumite sa Presidente, at ang pinapasumiti po ay ang Budget of Expenditures and Sources of Funding. At nakita po natin sa deliberations kung bakit may requirement po ng ceiling kung ano yung pinopropose ng Presidente para po for the operations of the government. Ang nakalagay po sa deliberations ay sapagkat kung mayroon pong ipipresenta ang ehekutibo na ito lamang amount na ito ang aking kakayanin na ma-generate, ay hindi maaaring lumampas upang hindi naman maggalaw ang deficit target na sinet ng executive. Ito pong paggalaw ng deficit sa amin pong pagtingin ay hindi po maaapektuhan dapat ng unprogrammed appropriation sapagkat hindi po yung sources of funding niya yung nakalagay po sa BESF.
Now, dumako naman tayo sa special funds. Para sa sealed SAGFs at special road fund, maaari bang i-reclassify ng gobyerno ang bawat automatically appropriated, subject to annual GAA authority, or reflected only for reporting?
Ang posisyon po ng Republic, yung SAG-F po ay hindi po inilista ng Presidente upang humingi ng permiso para po sa GAA sapagkat nga po ito ay isang special kind of automatic appropriation. Bakit po special kind of automatic appropriation? Karamihan po kasi ng mga special fund nakalagay din po sa batas nila na automatically kailangan isama na siya sa GAA. May bukod tangi pong dalawa yata, yung RCEF at saka po itong MVUC. Nakalagay po sa batas nila na kailangan pa rin siyang isama sa GAA. So kaya po parang ibang klaseng automatic appropriation po siya. Tapos, dun sa petisyon, subalit wala pong pruweba o aligasyon ang petitioner doon po sa MVUC kung yun po ba ay additional na inilagay ng Kongreso at ang pinanggalingan ay GAA. At sa batas po ay ang sabi lamang ay yung nakokolektang pondo sa MVUC ay kailangang dito sa road maintenance at dito sa purpose na ito gastusin.
Na para sa Special Road Fund, ano ang pinanggagalingan ng increase sa MVUC collections, prior year balances, o general fund?
Kagalang-galang na hukom, ito po yung ni-request po kanina sa amin na amin pong share-tohin kung saan po nanggaling. Kung ito po ay nanggaling man sa balance, wala po marahil na problema sapagkat galing lamang po siya sa balance. At kung galing naman po siya sa GAA, wala rin naman po kaming nakikita na bawal kung gusto pong dagdagan ng Kongreso ang pondo para sa road maintenance.
Okay. Kung i-sustain ng Korte ang mekanismo, kailangan pa rin ito ng malinaw na rule. Ang tanong ko, tatanggapin ba ng gobyerno ang requirement, specificity, bituability, statutory triggers, identifiable funding source, public disclosure, auditability?
Kagalang-galang na hukom, so yung pong mga special trigger, special provision, yun po ay talagang naisingit na sa GAA. Tingin ko po ay ang political branches, hindi naman po yan uurong or tatanggihan kung ang sabihin ay lahat ng ating ginagawa, mga batas o ang ating mga trabaho bilang public servants ay kailangan na may transparency. Ang amin lamang pong mapagkumbabang hiling sa ating Korte Suprema ay siguro po yung ang amin lamang pong ibig hanapin ay kung alin po sa constitutional provisions ang amin po kasing posisyon ay kung anuman po ang constitutional provisions na nag-govern sa mga ay sa amin pong pagtingin ay hindi po nalabag, wala pong nalabag doon.
Madam Solicitor General, gusto ko ring linawin ang requirement ng specificity sa unprogrammed appropriations. Una, gaano ka-specific dapat ang isang item sa UA? Sabat na ba na nakalagay ang general program o agency o kailangan malinaw ang proyekto, purpose, halaga, funding source at kondisyon bago ito ma-release?
Sa amin pong pagtingin, yun pong mga naging bahagi ng jurisprudence, yung sufficiency of standards, completeness, single correspondence, single purpose, with a single amount. Yun pong mga tagubilin ng Korte Suprema, tapos po ng Belhica. Marami pong itinuring ang ehekutibo na base sa mga sinabi ng Korte Suprema, kung kaya't nag-react po sila at nag-adjust accordingly, kagalang-galang na hukom.
Pangalawa, mayroon ba tayong constitutional or statutory requirement na nagsasabi kung gaano ka-specific dapat ang UA item? Kung mayroon, saan ito makikita? Kung wala naman, ano ang standard na ginagamit ng gobyerno para masabing valid at sufficiently specific ang isang UA item?
Yun pong single purpose, single amount na maaari pong ma-veto ng presidente. Meron po tayong case na before na kahit po for example lump sum, kung kahit po multiple purpose pero kung pwede pong maklasify sa isa na kung siya po ay may pagkakataon o kaya sa discretion ng presidente na maunawaan para po siya ma-veto at hindi maapektuhan yung iba, yun po ang nagiging gabay, kotibo, base na rin po sa mga tagubilin ng Korte Suprema sa mga kaso.
Yun nga, kung payagan ng ganitong mekanismo, paano gagana ang line item veto power ng presidente kung ang UA item ay malawak o general ang pagkakasulat naman ng presidente kung alin ang dapat i-veto at alin ang dapat panatilihin?
Your Honor, sa sa 2025 nga ba may veto? Sa 2025 or 2026? So sa 2026 GAA po, marami po doon na magkakamuka or magkakapareho po yung mga purposes at mayroon pong marami-raming vinito ang ating presidente. Yun pong kahit po yung sagip, yun po ay parehon, halos kamukha rin po yung pangalan dun sa nauna niyang pangalan at ito po ay sumalang na rin sa pagsusuri ng Korte Suprema at nasabi po na iyon ay hindi unconstitutional.
Maaari bang gamitin ng presidente ang line item veto kung ang problema hindi lang ang item mismo, kundi ang revenue assumptions o funding assumptions na ginagamit ng Kongreso o ng BICAM para ilipat o dagdagan ang pondo mula program to unprogram appropriations?
Maaari pong gamitin ng presidente ang kanyang kapangyarihan na i-veto kung sa tingin po niya ay kokontra po iyon sa mga napag-aralan ng kanyang economic team. Maaari po, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, ang mga panghuli kong Madam Solicitor General, kung may makitang infirmity ang Korte, anong remedy ang makakapagtanggol sa konstitusyon ng may pinakamaliit na disruption sa government operations?
Your Honor, maaari ko ulit para po maunawaan ko ng maayos.
Kung may makitang infirmity ang Korte, anong remedy ang makapagtanggol sa konstitusyon ng may pinakamaliit na disruption sa government operations?
Salamat po, Your Honor, sa pag-ulit. Sa amin pong pagtingin, ang akin pong respectful submission on behalf of the Republic, tingin ko po lumalabas naman sa ating mga discussion kung ano po ang mga kahinaan, ano yung mga lugar o aspeto na pwedeng maabuso. Gawa po ng posisyon ng Republic na sana ay matingnan ang konstitusyon kung may mekanismo pa for course correction or self-correction. Number one, amin pong tiningnan kung kung mayroon na po bang mga ipinasa sa Congress at Senate, at amin pong napag-alaman na mayroon, ito po yung mga budget modernization bill, pareho po siyang nakapending sa Congress at saka sa Senate. Dito po nakasaad, yun pong ating pinag-uusapan. May cap ang unprogrammed appropriations, may recommended level ang deficit target. Kung ano po yung pinag-uusapan sa medium-term fiscal framework ay gagawin pong batas. Isa po iyon. Yun po ang aming humble submission. Kung hindi po maiiwasan at magkakaroon po ng pagdesisyon ang Supreme Court, ang pinaka maliit po ang adverse impact sa executive ay doctrine po of operative fact. Kung mag-i-issue po ang ating Korte Suprema ng guardrails, yun po siguro ang pinaka least disruptive.
Maraming salamat, Madam Solicitor General, at maraming salamat din sa mga abogado kanina sa inyong pagsagot sa aking mga katanungan sa lingwahe, sa sarili nating wika. Alam naman ho natin kung gaano kasalimuot ang kasong ito, maski nga ho ako ay nahirapang intindihin. Lalo-lalo na ho siguro sila ho ay nakikinig din sa atin sa social media, at nawa ay sa konting pagtatanong ko, sa mga pagsasagot nyo ay naunawahan ho ninyo ng gusto kung ano ang tinatalakay natin sa kasong ito. Maraming salamat.
Maraming
Thank
salamat
you,
po.
Chief.
Thank you, Justice Garland. Justice Japardi Mampa, please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Chief. May I ask the Counsel for Petitioners in GR number 271347, that's the Pimentel petition, to take the podium and answer these questions.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. On page 16 of your petition, you claim that House Bill 8980, the precursor to the 2024 General Appropriations Act, violated Article 6, Section 26 of the Constitution, requiring 3 readings on 3 separate days in the absence of public emergency or calamity. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Upon this point, are you asking this court a factual determination in a proceeding at the first instance?
Your Honor, as to the factual determination, Your Honor, we've asked this honorable court in our petition to treat it as a judicial notice, Your Honor. No need for the factual determination, only as stated by our rules, Your Honor, just look upon it as the processes of the executive and the legislative in its ordinary course, Your Honor.
Assuming for the sake of argument that there was indeed no public emergency or calamity, despite the fact that the President certifies its urgency, what would be the consequence of the same?
Your Honor, because the budget is deliberated, Your Honor. Now, if it is
Would the ensuing GAA be declared void or unconstitutional? Or could the court direct the House to conduct 3 readings on 3 separate days just to comply with the constitutional requirement enshrined in Article 6, Section 26 of the Constitution?
Your Honor, subject to the operative fact doctrine. But according to the Constitution, it's clear, Your Honor, as to the calamity and emergency, Your Honor, required by the provision. Because if there's no deliberate, Your Honor, for these types of laws, Your Honor, then
The question is clear. There seemed to be a violation of the constitutional requirement regarding 3 readings on 3 separate days. Will that result in the unconstitutionality of GAA 24?
Your Honor.
So are you saying that there was grave abuse of discretion on the part of Congress in accepting the certification of the President by the absence of emergency or calamity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you also saying that as regards the implementation of the same, the executive can also be there was grave abuse of discretion likewise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would that not amount to judicial if we impute grave abuse of discretion to these 2 branches of the government?
Your Honor, we have our Constitution for that, Your Honor. And then there's no arrogance if we are basing it on the Constitution. And this Honorable Court has the expanded jurisdiction for that, Your Honor.
There being non-compliance with the constitutional provision of these 3 readings, can the court direct or instruct the House to conduct 3 readings on 3 separate days?
Your Honor, the Constitution is clear, Your Honor, as to the exception, Your Honor.
Will that amount to impermissible encroachment on the internal process of the Congress?
No, Your Honor. In our petition, we laid it down, Your Honor. The definition for calamity, Your Honor, and emergency, Your Honor. Therefore, there's nothing really to distinguish, Your Honor, this or
do you agree that the propriety of determining whether the acceptance is justified, that belongs to Congress?
Your Honor, because, Your Honor, as stated, there's also a law backing our definition for calamity, Your Honor. Specifically, Republic Act 10-121, Your Honor. It's specifically stated there. Therefore, if the Congress would interpret it differently, Your Honor, also differently than the Constitution provides, Your Honor, just for the mere expediency of accomplishing the budget, Your Honor, in a short amount of time, then it deprives the analysis deliberations needed for such long provisions or budgeting amounts, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. May I ask the
Welcome, Your Honor.
counsel for petitioners GR number 0436, that's the RSC petition, to take the floor. Questions?
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Good
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
You must be familiar with the ruling of the court in the landmark case of Belgica versus Ochoa, 721 Philippine Reports 416, promulgated on November 5, 2013.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is the case that addressed this pork barrel, the constitutionality of the so-called pork barrel system in this country.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you recall the ruling of the court in that case regarding that undue delegation of legislative power with respect to the so-called presidential pork barrel?
Yes, Your Honor. That there was undue delegation of legislative power because the President was given the authority to decide when the law, in that case the General Appropriations Act, will take effect when it operates, Your Honor.
There are two laws mentioned therein, PD 910 and PD 1869. To recall, the court ruled that the special fund under PD 910 to finance energy resource development, exploitation projects and programs, the court ruled that is valid. But as regards the use of the same for other purposes, the court declared it invalid because it gives the president too much discretion. Do you recall that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, what about PD 1869 regarding the use of this so-called presidential social fund? In that case, the court ruled that the use of the presidential social fund is unconstitutional to finance in priority infrastructure projects for lack of sufficient guidelines, but was allowed for the restoration of destroyed or damaged facilities. Do you recall that ruling?
I recall now with your assistance, Your Honor.
So those are the two rulings of the court with respect to that, the use of PD 910 and PD 1869. From this ruling of the court, can we imply that Congress may seek assistance from the executive regarding the enforcement of legislative appropriation? What is it?
That they may seek assistance, Your Honor, enactment. We submit that that is reasonable, Your Honor, but post-enactment, meaning on the implementation stage of the appropriation, then there should be no assistance to speak of, because once Congress passes the General Appropriations Bill, then that is where their duty and power ends. It will be up to the executive to fully implement the law.
On page 37 of your petition, you advance the view that the inclusion of the unprogrammed appropriations under the General Appropriations Act of 2026 violates undue delegation of power. Is that correct?
We confirm that, Your Honor.
Because
of
the absence, according to that page 37, because of the absence of sufficient standards. Do you confirm that?
we confirm, Your Honor.
Yeah. Conversely, if the completeness and sufficient standard tests are satisfied, there can be valid delegation of legislative power.
Indeed, Your Honor.
On page 679 of chapter 43 of GAA 2026, do you recall that conditions laid down therein which may be used as sufficient standards?
We understand that these are the triggers, Your Honor, that are provided under the 2026
Chapter
GAA.
43, page 679 of GAA 2026, mention about conditions for the release and program appropriations,
Yes, Your Honor.
which may result in contingent legislation, that's permissible. Do you recall that?
Yes, Your Honor.
What are these three?
The three conditions, Your Honor, are first, if there will be an excess revenue from
Excess.
non-tax sources, Your Honor. Second is if there will be new revenues from both non-tax and tax sources that is not included in the sources of financing. And lastly, Your Honor, those approved loans for foreign assisted projects.
That's correct. Now, here, we identify the problems. So this may delve into formulation of certain items that may form part of the appropriations. Can we not confine the declaration of unconstitutionality to this formulation of certain items? Or your theory is that it covers the entire Appropriations Act?
Our theory, Your Honor, is the unconstitutionality as far as the 2026 budget is concerned is only limited to Chapter 43 on unprogrammed appropriations. And what must be struck down by the Honorable Supreme Court is the entire chapter and the entire mechanism of unprogrammed appropriations. On the ground, Your Honor, that it lacks sources of financing, which means that if there will be other denominations or nomenclature to be used by Congress with the same mechanism as having an absent sources of financing, then it should still be struck down. That is our prayer, Your Honors.
Don't you think that what is delegated here is neither the allocation of amount nor identification of projects, but the mere determination of whether the funds are available?
Respectfully, no, Your Honor, because the standards would also require, Your Honor, on what could be considered sufficient resources of revenue, Your Honor, to be able to fund the unprogrammed appropriations, Your Honor.
There is always that possibility of excess of revenue collections over the revenue targets reflected in the VASF. For instance, the income projection for PAGCOR in the 2026 General Appropriations Act amounts to 49.6 billion. It is possible that during the year, the collection may exceed such an amount. Let us assume that the actual collections amount to 50.6. So there is an excess of 1 billion. Can that 1 billion excess be used for other purpose, such as the AFP modernization program?
At this stage, Your Honor, as how the provisions are worded, it can be used. But we submit that that will be used and that could only trigger the conditions under Chapter 43 if that will be by the end of the year and when the complete and entire revenue target has already been met.
Do you agree that there is nothing objectionable to that excess of 1 billion? In fact, it may be considered as desirable, as these funds may be used for other government projects or programs. There is nothing objectionable to the 1 billion excess?
Your Honor, if it's already a revenue, meaning we received that already, there is nothing objectionable. But if the premise, Your Honor, if we encourage that this item will be the source of our excess revenue, maybe, Your Honor, due to opportunity cost and social cost, maybe it's not the most desirable.
Assuming that the court declares this and program appropriations unconstitutional, is there any way for the government to optimize that excess? Do you agree that the retention of unprogrammed appropriations allows the government to, at least in theory, utilize or use this money for projects that may benefit the public?
We submit, Your Honor, that perhaps we should also view our budget, our sources, as not only limited to the fiscal year during the life of the General Appropriations Act, but also with the view that that excess revenue will go to the Treasury, which means that whatever we gain now will be a deduction from whatever deficit that we will be having or will have to work for in terms of loans in the coming year, Your Honor.
One of the reasons you advance in your petition in advancing the theory that unprogrammed appropriations are unconstitutional is that there is an absence of definite and identifiable sources of funding. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. We do
and
agree.
And you have cited as a basis Article 7, Section 22.
Yes, Your Honor.
Specifically is that provision?
Article 76.
It is, Your Honor, the provision that mandates the President to submit to Congress within 30 days from the opening of the session, the budget of expenditure.
Session as a basis of the General Appropriations Bill. Continue.
The budget of expenditures and sources of financing,
Including
revenues.
Receipts
Yes, Your Honor.
Existing and proposed
Revenues.
revenue measures.
Yes.
So where in that provision, which you consider as a basis that there is really no definite and identifiable sources of funding?
The whole provision, Your Honor, if we interpret it, aside from it pertains, first it mentions the word sources of financing, Your Honor.
Is there a word identifiable there?
There is no such word in that provision, Your Honor.
Are you aware of the basic statutory construction? Legis non est residendum. From the words of the statute, there must be no departure. You are adding a qualification there.
We humbly submit, Your Honor, that we are not adding but merely interpreting the import of that provision in the Constitution, Your Honor.
In addition, you mentioned Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 4, which says that special appropriation bills and purpose for which it is intended and shall be supported by funds actually certified by the National Treasurer. Am I correct?
We confirm, Your Honor, that we included that.
That involves special appropriation bill. We are talking here of General Appropriation Act of 2026.
Indeed, Your Honor. What
So why are you making that as a basis?
our
That pertains to special appropriation bill.
Yes, Your Honor. Our inclusion of Article 6, Section 25(4) on special appropriations is to demonstrate that that is the mechanism provided by the Constitution for those items of appropriation that may be contingent or have yet to be. There are still items, Your Honor, that have yet to be finalized, such as foreign assisted projects, Your Honor.
Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 1 says that the Congress may not increase the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government and in the budget. The word, let me underscore, appropriations. It is likewise a settled rule in its statutory action. Obelix non-distinguished. When the law does not distinguish, we must not distinguish. Is it your postulation that since the Constitution makes no distinction, we must not make the same, and therefore that may cover and program appropriation?
Yes, Your Honor, as you have also stated in your separate opinion in Pimentel, Your Honor.
So here, you don't qualify, but in construing that special requirement regarding definite and identifiable fund, you make a distinction. Is there no inconsistency here?
Our position, Your Honor, is that there shouldn't be a distinction because the very function of an appropriation is to set aside amounts. So once Congress sets aside an amount, it's the item of appropriation. We go back further to at the EP level, Your Honor, when the President sets an amount, it is an item of appropriation, so we should not distinguish whether it is programmed or unprogrammed, because the act of setting an amount, therefore, is already an appropriation, which is subject to the limitations under Article 6, Section 25(1), Your Honor.
I this again. In espousing the theory or view that unprogrammed appropriations are unconstitutional, you invoke this principle that when the law does not distinguish, we must not distinguish. Inasmuch as Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 1 mention only appropriations, so that may cover unprogrammed and programmed appropriations.
Your Honor, we support our position using Article 6, Section 25(1), and we agree that we should not make a decision, especially when we are checking or subjecting the budget to the test whether it violates the budget ceiling, Your Honor. That is why we are forwarding that it doesn't matter if it's, that we should not make any distinction, because in those amounts, all of those and the components of the budget, regardless of where it's written under, should be subjected to the limits of the Constitution. And once those guardrails are violated, then the unprogrammed appropriations must be struck down.
Given that this is a provision under the 1987 Constitution, is there a clear-cut deliberation of the constitutional commissioners regarding this provision? Is there a deliberation to the effect that these appropriations may cover program and unprogrammed appropriations?
If my recollection serves me right, Your Honors, in the deliberations, there was none, but in the deliberations of the budgets of the post-1987 Constitution budget, that is when the unprogrammed appropriations was raised, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I ask
Thank you, Your Honors.
the counsel for FPJPM?
Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Thank you, Your Honor.
GR number E-024.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Based on invitation, you zero in on accounts in the general fund.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? This is an automatic appropriation.
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the significance of SAGF, or Special Accounts in General Fund, in relation to budget of appropriations and sources of revenue and the so-called null expenditure program?
Your Honor, SAGFs or the account in the general fund does not need annual legislative from Congress, Your Honor.
Does that form part of BSF?
Yes, Your Honor. The automatic appropriations, Your Honor, form part of NEP and the BESF, Your
Will
Honor.
that also be included in the National Expenditure Program?
Yes, Your Honor, definitely, Your Honor, because it is the President's proposal, Your Honor, for the budget.
You're asking such adjustments to the SAGF be declared unconstitutional?
With regard to the excess, Your Honor,
Yes.
that is what we pray that the Honorable declare, Your
Are you-
Honor.
In the declaring in the advancing such prayer, are you invoking Article Section 25, Paragraph 1?
Your Honor, Section 21 speaks of appropriations, Your Honor, and so since there is no question as to what kind of appropriation should be included in the President's bill, Your Honor, then the Congress is prohibited from increasing any appropriations included in the President's proposal, Your Honor.
So your interpretation is that the prohibition may cover not only the entire amount proposed by the President, 6.3 trillion, but also the individual items that may comprise the same?
Your Honor, with respect to that, Your Honor, our position is that since the amounts in the SAG-F increase, the immediate effect is also the increase in the total expenditure program, Your Honor.
Thank you. May I ask the counsel, thank you, for petitioners
Thank you, Your
in
Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
GR number 271-059, that's the Lagman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. In your petition, you pointed out that the excess of unprogrammed appropriations over the amount proposed by the President constitutes grave abuse of discretion because it is being used as a sanctuary for pit and partisans. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Sanctuary for pit and partisan projects. As such amounts placed under the program appropriations may be subsequently transferred to unprogrammed appropriations. Is that your postulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Having said that, are you saying that unprogrammed appropriations are essentially a new pork barrel?
We are not saying that because it is our humble position that unprogrammed appropriations are a necessary component of the budgetary process of the Republic of the Philippines. What we are questioning here is merely the excess of the unprogrammed appropriations as to what is being recommended by the President, Your Honor. So it is not our humble position that this unprogrammed appropriations is in exchange of the previous pork barrel, Your Honor.
Now, the common denominator between this and the pork barrel is that there is that grave abuse of discretion, too much discretion. Is that the common element or denominator between these two?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you think of a remedy that may cure the perceived constitutionalities, the general that you are questioning?
If Your Honor will allow a strict interpretation of Article 625(1), wherein the appropriations submitted by the President should not breach what was submitted. So if, for example, in budget 2024, the unprogrammed appropriations submitted was 281 billion, and what the bicameral conference committee recommended was an excess of 449 billion, then there is a breach of the there's a violation of Article 625.
Can you think of sufficient standards that may be used to avoid such declaration of unconstitutionality?
At this time, Your Honor, I cannot think of a specific guardrails or standards except the Constitution itself that that stated that the national expenditures submitted by the President should not be, Congress cannot increase what was submitted by the President.
Based on pages 19 to 26 of your petition,
Yes,
you
sir.
express concern about the use of government-owned or controlled corporation funds to fund these unprogrammed appropriations, as it, in accordance with Special Provision 1D, Chapter 43 of the General Appropriation Act of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. The petition filed by Petitioner Lagman was supposed to be included with the petition that was with regard to the PhilHealth. It was set aside.
What? Do you recall the ruling of
well,
the court in that landmark case of Pimentel versus Matula, GR numbers 274, 405, 275, 405, and 276, 233, promulgated on December 3, 2025.
It struck down, Your Honor, the specific provision section that in the GAA on 1D that you had mentioned. Yes.
Chapter 43.
Yes.
So that's no longer an issue because it's been declared
Yes.
unconstitutional.
Yes.
The reason because you filed this before the court issued such a ruling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. This is a common question to petitioners in three petitions. So Pimentel, and then the Lagman, and the FPGPM. Now, based on your pleadings, it would appear that you only challenge the constitutionality of that increase in the unprogrammed appropriations. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. It is our Your Honor that the petition is only subjecting to struck down the excess to the appropriations that was recommended, Your Honor, by the President in the 2024 budget. Because it is our humble position, Honor, that that is in violation of our 6 Section 5, Paragraph 1 of the 1987 Constitution, and also Article 7, Section 22 of the same Constitution, Your Honor.
In that regard, can the court assume that you are, in effect, recognizing the validity of the entire appropriations and program appropriations?
No, Your Honor. We are we are in a humble position that we are only recognizing the validity of the unprogrammed appropriations as to what was recommended by the President, Your Honor. Because, Your Honor, as stated before, Your Honor, the President's recommended the National Expenditure Program, the House version, the lower House version, and the Senate version are all the same, Your Honor. The problem arises only, Your Honor, when the Bicameral Conference Committee, Your Honor, increased the total number of unprogrammed appropriations, Your Honor, to instead of 489.1 billion, it increased the 208.1 with an amount of 449 billion, Your Honor.
Assume the court finds merit in your petitions and declares these unprogrammed appropriations as well as the increase thereof as unconstitutional. What happens now to the projects where millions, if not billions, spent pursuant to that provisions on that appropriations?
Your Honor, the doctrine of operative fact will come into play, and whatever decision this honorable court will come out with for prospective budgets that that Congress will be deliberating on and will pass on to the President.
What's this doctrine of operative fact dictate or say? That's so basic.
Well, Your
It
Honor,
recognizes
yes,
the existence of the law
Yes.
or the Executive Act
yes,
prior to the declaration of its
of
unconstitutionality. As an operative fact, that is consequences that cannot easily only erase, ignore, or disregarded. That is the
Yes.
doctrine. In short, it nullifies the with law, but sustains its effects.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this applicable to these petitions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You maintain that this is squarely applicable?
I would maintain, Your Honor, if it's have been already distributed and projects have already been considered, except of course the GO6, then
Precisely, there is that wisdom in the application of the doctrine of operative fact. What is that? It is based on
presumption of regularity, Your Honor.
Good faith, Your Honor.
good faith, equitable justice,
Yes, Your Honor.
fairness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
May I ask the Solicitor General to take the podium and answer these questions?
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Okay. On pages 7 to 9 of your consolidated comment on the Pimentel and Lagman petition, specifically paragraphs 30 and 31, you discuss the relation between Article 6, Section 5, Paragraph 1 and Article 7, Section 23 of the Constitution. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, based on that postulation, can you now synthesize this court, your view?
Your Honor, so Article 25, Paragraph 1 says that the Congress may increase the appropriations recommended by them for the operation of the government as specified in the budget. We are interpreting it in parallel to Article 6, Section 22, Article 7, Section 22. The President shall submit to this, and then within 30 days from the opening of every regulation as the basis of the General Appropriations Bill, a budget of expenditures and sources of financing, including receipts, existing and proposed revenue measures. So it is our submission that the total sum of the programmed and automatic appropriation constitute the total expenditure program must not exceed the total sum of the programmed and automatic appropriations in the NEP. And
You mentioned, I'm sorry to interrupt you, about the deliberations of the commissioners of this.
Your Honor, we focus on the phrase for the operation of the government and also the rationale behind the requirement of the ceiling, which has to do with respecting the executive study and recommendation as to the cap to the revenues that it is able and it is committing to raise as revenues. And that is why when we go to the other, so the first provision is a requirement for Congress, may not increase. On the other hand, the other provision that I just cited is a requirement on the President on what it should submit as the basis of the GAA. So, and the other implications would also come from the distinction of who is being required by the Constitution. So, The second sentence, which is very important also for us, is the second sentence, Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 1, which says that the form and manner of preparation of the budget shall be prescribed by law, which to us gives the power or the discretion to Congress define the form, content, and manner of the preparation.
Okay, due to time constraints, let me simplify my here. In that consolidated comment, you pointed out this primary argument of why increase in the and program appropriations does not violate the Constitution. Because according to you, what the Constitution requires, submission of these budget of expenditures and sources of financing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it true that then you mentioned only is in national expenditure program?
Yes, Your Honor.
So the national expenditure program includes the program approach. That's
Yes,
what you
Your Honor.
did.
Yes, yes.
What is required by the Constitution is the submission of BSF. That's the exact.
Yes, Your
not
Honor.
NP.
Yes.
But this national expenditure program is likewise submitted by the President to Congress.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
And in practice, Congress makes this NAP as a reference in the operation and deliberation of the General Elections Bill. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in effect, that NAP includes and appropriations is of this General Operations Act.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the clear-cut difference between BSF and program appropriations, national program of net?
The BEF, Your Honor, the one that we think required for the President to Congress, which is ESF. So it is a plan of the executive as to how to spend the budget that it sets. The sources of finance also includes in the BESF because this is what it commits to the Congress that it will raise, and it defines also its proposal to spend it.
What do you think is cogent why the executive simply refuses to include and program appropriations in the budget of expenditures and sources of financing?
Our appreciation, Your Honor, really has to do with the economic framework. It has to do with the fiscal space. So if the government is not committed with regard to certain sources of financing, it is not sure. So it will not include it in its BSF because of the two envelope framework, one envelope, one budget for the ongoing projects, and the other envelope, which is for projects that it is important but can wait for the contingent funding.
Having admitted that this national expenditure program be the basis, can we not say that there seems to be an artificial reading of the prohibition under Article 6, Section 25, Paragraph 1, such that the only thing that needs to be done is to include and program appropriations in the national expenditure program?
Your Honor, it's our position that based on the deliberate and its explanation as to the rationale for the ceiling, it cannot breach the deficit, or it should not affect the deficit target set by the economic managers of the executive. It is our position that this does not apply, and therefore the reason for that prohibition should not be disturbed by of the unprogrammed appropriations, which based on our position is not prohibited based on the statement, the form, content, and manner of preparation of the budget shall be prescribed by law.
Okay, based on the pages 3 to 30 of your comment on the FPGPM petition, you pointed out that an increase in the special funds, in the special account, the general fund, is not unconstitutional.
Yes, Your Honor, although I have memorized our paragraph, you're very
I may be wrong,
impressive,
but you
Your
can
Honor.
check.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, it is our position. It is not unconstitutional because the MVUC is a type of a special kind of automatic appropriation. Based on its, it is still required to be included in the GAA on a yearly basis.
You also mentioned on that pages that it is merely informative.
Yes, Your Honor, that's
you
correct.
recall that?
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, in our briefings, in our discussions with the DBM, we were actually suggesting to them why, or we were asking them, then why do you put it in the NEP? And that they said it is for fiscal programs to show the rest with regard to the whole picture of the budget.
Macroeconomic parameters in the fiscal program. That's what you have said.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, since you said that it is informative, is that not inconsistent to advance the theory that it can be adjusted?
Your Honor, we don't have yet the information as to what is the source of the addition in funding. But our answer in our comment is that the collections under the MUC, the explanation of DBM to us is that they have a ledger, and based on the cash management policy, sometimes they don't, they have a time period as to how long will the fund be used for a particular project. So that's one. So if it is sourced from the same fund and they are, for example, observing a 3 period to exhaust all fund, that will be acceptable by law. And number, if the source of the additional is the GAA, it is our position that there's no prohibition for a, for example, for the purpose of road maintenance to still be included in the GAA.
Okay, on pages 26 to 27 of that consolidated comment, you claim that these adjustments were made upon request of certain agencies of the executive.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't you think that the government laws already earmark specific projects and authorize the use for the process?
Your Honor, what we mean is, is that the law, so every user that pays this fee, although the collections on those fees are earmarked for a specific purpose. But if DBM, for example, the whole collection is 1 billion, and based on their fiscal policy, cash management policy. So maybe in a 3-year span, they will use the collected funds for a of time, and then they will just have to monitor the release of funds based on their ledger. That means that you are still using exclusive for the purpose the collections of that fund.
Petitioners in year number 271-059 claim that there was an undue increase in the SAGF from 35 billion to 3.10 billion, or an increase of 12.755 billion, or 47%. How do you explain such increase, given that these SAGF are considered automatic appropriations, and these have never been modified since 2021?
Yes,
2020.
Thank you, Your Honor. So our answer in our comment is in the alternative, because we are not yet have to confirm in also alliance with the directive of Justice Amy Har with regard to ascertaining what is the source increase. Our answer is in the meaning it's either sourced from the balance options, or if it is sourced from the GAA, we also do not find any objection to that, because the Congress can opt to add to specific purpose. What the provision that is important to remember in this case, in this fund, is that all the collections cannot be used for other purposes. But if the Congress decides that it should increase, it is our position that they have, it is within their power to do so.
On page 10 of your comment, consolidated comment on payment and Lagman petition, recall this. You claim that there is no prohibition as regards increase in the line items or individual items of appropriation. Do you recall the case that you have cited? Sarmiento versus Schroeder.
Okay, but thank you.
Yeah, your
Honor.
number 15660-126-313.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Dated on September 4, 2001. Does that ruling have doctrinal value?
Your Honor, may I...
That's a signed resolution of the court. And therefore, it has doctrinal value. Still and all, do you still maintain the theory or view that there is no prohibition?
Yes, Your Honor.
On page 42 of your comment on the heresy petition, you claim that any increase in the program appropriation is not unconstitutional because, and I quote, candidly speaking, at the time the budget is transmitted, the receipts are all speculative future possibilities, though varying in decrease. Do you recall that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Page 42. In other words, the source of funding, whether program or unprogram, may be in the nature of estimates or projections.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if that is the case, can we not espouse the theory that the existence of unprogrammed appropriations is unnecessary, such that craft programs in a way similar to how programs and projects are crafted under the program appropriations?
We have a different view, Your Honor. because the projects, although under the programmation and the unprogrammed appropriation may be similar in terms of importance, the important difference for us, Your Honor, is the sources of financing, because in one, the executive is committing to meet the targets for the sources of financing for the programmed. And that is why it is our position when we were asked if we could merge the programmed and unprogrammed, and our answer is, practically speaking, no, because we are tying the hands of the executive in meeting that amount that will shoulder or that will fund both programmed and unprogrammed, which it is not able to do so.
Okay, my last question, there are three. This may delve into how unprogrammed appropriations are operationalized.
Yes, Your Honor.
As President understood, unprogrammed appropriations do not have guaranteed sources of funding. Precisely, this may be based on the occurrence of future events, such as excess of revenue collections from non-tax revenue measures reflected in the BSFF. Before I ask, can you in the court how such an excess is computed?
Based on our briefing, Your Honor, for example, one trigger could be the excess in any one of tax revenue, for example, dividends. The Bureau of Treasury briefed us and said that they look at the annual target. So for example, if the annual target is 2 billion pesos, if that annual target is reached, then any additional collection will then be an excess of that one non-taxable item.
Let us assume that there is an excess revenue collections, which may be used to fund these three items. One is foreign assisted projects, REST program, and then the performance program and the AFP modernization. From the point in the determination of whether such an excess is to the actual disbursement of such money or fund for a special purpose, please clarify this court these three questions. One, who decides how much of the excess will be used for a specific purpose? Number two, which of the identified projects will be prioritized? And last, what the standard of such decisions?
Who needs, Your Honor?
How much of the excess will be for a specific purpose?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor. So based on our briefing, it is the Bureau of Treasury or the Department of Finance which determines has the power also to certify if there is an excess. That means that there is a close coordination between DBM and DOF. They told us that if there are agencies that are already requesting from DBM would make an inquiry on a periodic basis to the DOF if there is already an excess, and the DOF shares with us that even if they refer to any item in the non-tax revenue, the trigger should be the collection annual target and not the quarterly, which we were previously discussing. So it's the BOF that determines through the Bureau of Treasury. Now, as project is prioritized, Your Honor, in special provision of the unprogrammed appropriations, there is also a list of guide of prioritization as to which, so for example, the first, I think the first category is the one that does not require the trigger, the first two triggers on the excess of non-tax revenue and this of the revenues specified in the BESF, which is the support foreign assisted projects and support to GOCCs. So there is also a list priority that is specified, Your Honor, in the GAA itself. And the number 3,
the standard of such decisions.
the
Are there
standards.
standards that
Yes, Your
may
Honor.
be used or applied?
Yes, Your Honor. The standards would be the prioritization that is specified in the GAA, and secondly, there is also an internal standard to DBM in terms of shovel readiness, because when an agency asks asks the DBM whether there is already an excess in the non-revenues or excess revenues that will support program appropriations, there are also documentary requirements that the DBM requires, and therefore there is like a final as to the readiness of the utilization, because what the DBM avoids is giving them the allotment, but the utilization, or the obligation and the actual payment will not be done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very
I
much,
have
Your
a
Honor.
few questions to Senator Drilon and Secretary Abad, but it's already 3:30, so I yield the chair to the Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your
That
Honor.
ends my interpellation. Thank you again.
Thank you, Justice Dimapao. Resume your interpellation in the next session. Considering the time of the clock, we will adjourn today's session and to resume on 16 at 30 in the morning. Thank you very much.